Uh, Good morning, colleagues. I think we should be ready to start now. We have lost a few minutes already. Right. I am going to start by introducing myself to those who I am meeting for the first time today, and those who are meeting me for the first time, obviously. My name is Kabelo Sebolai. If Buleng was here, she would testify to the fact that my two names, first name and last name, are situated on two different opposed poles. So Kabelo is a Setswana name that means a gift in sacrifice. So you don't just give, but you do it because you want to sacrifice. And then Sebolai is a Setswana, even Sesotho name for any weapon you can use for killing. Clear evidence that diversity can actually coexist. We can act as one, however diverse we actually are. Right. Um, I would like to welcome you warmly to this language INDABA. But before, yeah, so welcome to this event. Before I talk about the importance of this event, I also need to give you a little bit of my background. I joined CPUT on the 1st of September this year from Stellenbosch University, where I was the deputy director in the language center. I had been there for 5 years before I came here, 5.5 years actually. So I started there in 2017. And before that, I was actually at UCT, at UCT, where I was in the assessment department. I was the research lead for the academic literacy assessment of the national benchmark tests, if you know that. And then I will not go back in years before then. Right, and then my professional background is applied linguistics. Applied linguistics is a discipline that designs solutions for language-related problems in society. They could be language teaching problems, language reading problems, language writing problems, language translation problems, interpreting problems, all of them. But the applied linguistics as a broad field has three main sub-disciplines, and that is language policy, language curriculum, and language assessment. Now, that tells you that the work that we do in the language unit falls squarely within the field of applied linguistics, and this is why I decided to join CPUT. I thought that expertise will come in handy in the kind of language-related challenges that we are all facing as institutions in the country. Right. The theme for today's language INDABA, sorry, can it be moved? Okay. I feel I'm standing awkwardly here. Can somebody, okay. Right. So the theme for today's language INDABA is learning and teaching online, challenges and opportunities for African languages. Again, I want to emphasize that the challenges that we are facing in the country at the moment in terms of advancing historically disadvantaged languages and promoting multilingualism fall squarely within the field of applied linguistics. Right, I would like to make a few comments as my own way of opening this event officially. I would like to make a few comments. And the first is that I have attended several events, and I want to mention the new staff induction that I attended when I arrived after the 1st of September, as well as the event where the graduate attributes were launched. In those two events, my colleague Alexa made two presentations that have since been amazing to me. I am very, very proud of her for the presentations that she gave on those two occasions. So I would like to borrow from one of the points that Alexa made in those presentations. You know, I would like to use this verbatim, Alexa, if you would allow me, because you said it so well. I don't think I could do it better. And that point is, languages and languaging practices are ranked and regulated in ways that privilege communication and knowledge production through European languages. Right, and you made a very, very strong argument about how language cannot be extricated from power and control. And this is what we are still grappling with today. The presentation you made reminded me of several of the novels that Ngugi wa Thiong'o, the Kenyan writer, wrote, and they are set in post-colonial Kenya. Two of them, one is Devil on the Cross, and the other one is Petals of Blood. In these two novels, Ngugi, through his own characters, captures how education, politics, religion, and economy collude to further the neo-colonial agenda in all its forms, through language, among other mechanisms, in post-colonial Africa. Now, these language practices are obviously harmful to those that are at the receiving end, you know, those who come from backgrounds of historically marginalized languages. Now, in my view, the harm is even more when you know, it happens in more severe in language assessment. We have seen in the post-apartheid South Africa, universities deciding to assess students for a number of domains, including academic literacy, as a way to decide whether they get admitted or not. Also, post-admission, you know, to place them once they have been admitted. Now, assessment, whether it is language assessment or educational measurement or psychological assessment in general, is always done for decision making. We always assess people because we want to take decisions about their lives. Now, these decisions can either be low-stakes decisions or high-stakes decisions. And obviously, if you use language assessment for access, and you are using a European language to assess students who must come into university, you can imagine what that harm amounts to. When language assessments are developed or designed, they are always based on certain principles. And the most important principle is actually one of validity, which relates to fairness. And this is what I want to talk about later. Validity answers the question of whether an assessment does what it purports to do. So, for example, if you are saying that you have an assessment instrument that you are using to determine whether students are ready linguistically to enter into university, you need to provide evidence that it is valid for all students from all backgrounds. So that's validity. So in other words, valid and fair assessment is aimed at making sure that performance in an assessment instrument, or a test for that matter, is a function of the language ability that is being measured. So you do not want any student to perform well or poorly in an assessment as a function of where they come from. That kind of assessment is very unfair, and I doubt if we can claim that administering assessments in African languages to take decisions such as admission and placement, this has been fair to students
in South Africa who come from all these languages that are underdeveloped. So there's the issue of validity, the issue of fairness. Now, fairness relates to what assessment specialists do. Well, it's a function of what assessment specialists do when they develop tests and then they analyze performance on the test. So so in other words, if you want to determine whether a test is fair or not, you will do what is called differential item functioning. So technically we call test questions items. So if you do differential item functioning, you look at every item in a test to determine whether any student is performing differently on that item because they come from a different background. So in other words, their performance there is a function of where they come from and not the kind of language ability that we want to assess. And the software these days that we can actually use to determine what I said is called differential item functioning. Obviously, differential item functioning tells you whether the test as a whole is not unfair to one group of students and then fair to others. I mean, a very simple example is this, that in language assessment, we often, when we assess reading or even writing indirectly, we often use texts. So students have to read and then we use those texts as the basis for developing the items. A student that comes from a background where they have had frequent exposure to computers, for example, and once a student like that comes across a text that focuses on computers, already the student is advantaged over the one that does not come from that background. So this is just one example. But all I'm trying to say is that it is very difficult for me to be convinced that the kind of assessment that has been happening in South Africa, I mean, many universities in South Africa have been using the National Benchmark Test to take decisions about students, and they are written in Afrikaans and English only. And if you look at the data, you will see that students who come from historically marginalized language backgrounds are the ones who perform poorly there. The question is that fair? That's an issue of fairness that we really have to think about and to start thinking about assessing, using indigenous languages to assess students for both admission and placement. This is why, so that's very harmful, that the impact of this way of assessment is very harmful. It's actually, like I said, it's very severe for students who come from those disadvantaged backgrounds. I want to give you an example of that kind of impact by telling you a story. There's a story in the Bible, in the book of Judges. This is not to say that I go to church regularly. In the book of Judges, there is Judges chapter 12. You can read it tonight when you have time. Two groups of people are fighting. One group is called the Gileadites. The other group is called the Ephraimites. Now, the Gileadites are led by a man called Jephthah. And the Gileadites are actually busy defeating the Ephraimites. Now, in the process of this war, people got mixed up. So you couldn't tell who a Gileadite was and who the Ephraimite was. And so Jephthah administers a very simple language test, whose impact you will understand once I've told you the story. Jephthah asks everybody to pronounce the word Shibboleth. Now, he does this because the Ephraimites do not have, in all their languages, do not have the sound sh. So if you say Siboleth, you are an Ephraimite and so you get killed. That was Jephthah's way of sorting people out, and this is what assessment and testing does. So 42,000 people get killed after this test was administered. But you'll agree with me that if it is true that the Ephraimites did not have the sound sh in any of their languages, this test was valid and that it was fair. Obviously. Well, we don't talk about the fairness of the war. But all I'm saying is that, you know, the likelihood of this test making a mistake in terms of classifying people was almost zero. But I cannot say the same about the way that our students are assessed in the country, in South Africa today. And like I said, these decisions can be future threatening, because if a student wants to come to university and they do not enter just because they did not perform well on a language assessment that was not administered in their language, in their own language, that in itself is an issue. Right. So once again, thank you very much, colleagues, for attending our language INDABA today. We are living at a time where we have so many policies and legislative imperatives, governing the development of African languages, that the importance of this event, or an event like this, cannot be overemphasized. Right. So you are welcome to this. Now, we have shared the program with all of you. I'm going to take you through the items that of our agenda today that will follow. The next one after my talk now is going to be a clip by students. It's a video clip by students, and I will call Alexa later on to come and explain what this clip is all about. So we're going to have a total of 3 clips in this event, and so Alexa, when she talks, explains what this is all about. She'll talk about all of them. And then we have 2 keynote speakers from the University of the Western Cape. We are very, very grateful to them for agreeing to come and join us today and play this important role. We are really honored and privileged because these are very highly esteemed academics. So we will have Professor Basi Antia as our first speaker, and then we will also have our second keynote speaker as Ms. Tembisa Kosi. And when I call them to the platform, I will give you more information about them, which was also on the document, the flyer that we distributed throughout the university. Right. Thank you, colleagues. Alexa, can I call you to the front just to come and explain to the audience what these video clips are about? Obviously, they are related to the theme of our language INDABA today. Thank you, colleagues.
Morning, everyone. I am quite short, so I will stand here. The language that students bring to their courses, bring with them to universities, are seldom put on show. And the clips that we are about to share with you demonstrates them being empowered to show what they can do with science. So they are immunology students, and their lecturer is here today, and she was it is her brainchild to find ways of making science practical and to also have an influence on the community at large. So students were tasked to create informative videos, educational videos that can be loaded onto YouTube in languages other than English. So what we're about to show you, the first 2 clips are compilations of what they created themselves through their own skills, their own Googling and YouTubing of how to do this. We are very proud. The very last clip that we will share is a conversation that I have with a couple of these students. Can I play?
your volume, your speaker.
Oh, the speaker.
You know.
I have no idea. Is there someone from Saritech here? Oh, the laptop speaker.
Yeah, I need to change it because it's playing through the projector and not the speakers.
Let me ask Prof because it's his computer.
Okay. Sorry, do you know where I find your speaker? Your audio settings.
Audio settings, we would have to perhaps go to, let's see, this is this.
There. Go there.
Just a minute.
Sound.
And, oops, yeah.
Usually when you unplug it and
Okay,
there we go. Say external speakers.
this
There we
is
go.
headphone.
That's it. Okay. Let's go back to your clip.
This is the first one, right?
Click play.
Okay.
Live ngizama ukuthatha usifundiso sakho.
We'll turn it down there now.
Okay.
It's fine.
Okay,
You
let's,
can click play
okay.
and then just make it big screen. There we go. Thank you.
Go tlhalosa ipoeletso ya DNA.
Sanibonani. Kule video sizoxoxa ngenqubo
Okay, sorry colleagues, I'm starting from scratch, from the beginning. But it's moving, so I don't know what the problem is.
I think it's delayed. It's slightly delayed. Let's go back to the beginning.
Have you opened any other things?
No, I think it's slightly delayed. Yeah. Okay, so let's give it a second and then. No. Something was going to happen. Oh dear, technology. And
Sorry about this, colleagues. We are struggling with technology.
yeah, and let's try again. Pardon? Oh, okay.
All right, colleagues, we have decided that we will play this video after the next item. We apologize for for this technical glitch. Technology is never trustworthy. Right, so I am now going to, but thank you Alexa for putting the video together, and also we are grateful to the students who have allowed us to use this video. We are now gonna go on to our next item on today's agenda, which is the keynote address by Professor Basi Ansia. Sorry, Prof, you must please forgive me for mispronouncing some words here. When I read your short CV, I came across words that I couldn't pronounce properly. So in the process of reading your biography, please forgive me for that. Apologies for that. Now, Prof, I think it is befitting for me to read this whole biography and CV. I mean, it's very short. I know that your CV is longer than this. You know, I don't think that it will do justice to you just to say people should read it on their own, although we did provide it to them. Prof. Basi is a professor of applied linguistics at the University of the Western Cape, South Africa, a DAAD alumnus and a Humboldt Fellow. He holds a PhD from the University of Bielefeld in Germany. Previous or subsequent qualifications were obtained from Calabar and Lagos in Nigeria, Grenoble in France, and Antwerp in Belgium. He has an extensive network of collaborators globally and is mentored to graduate students in early career academics in several countries, including South Africa, Ghana, Cameroon, Nigeria, Central African Republic, Uganda, Germany, Vietnam, and USA. He also advises vice chancellors and other university leaders across Africa. His teaching and research interests span multilingualism in higher education, language policy, terminology, and decolonial approaches to sociolinguistics. He is co-editing a number of forthcoming volumes, including Decolonial Voices, Language and Race, in Multilingual Matters, and Southernizing Sociolinguistics, Colonialism, Racism, and Patriarchy in Language in the Global South. Prof. Basi Ansia is a rated researcher of South Africa's National Research Foundation, and he has also received a number of awards, including the Eugene Wooster Prize for Outstanding Achievement in Research and Teaching in Terminology and Multilingualism, 2017. Award for Excellence in Teaching and Learning of the Higher Education Learning and Teaching Association of Southern Africa, Center on Higher Education, Institutional Teaching Excellence Award of the University of the Western Cape, Teaching Excellence Award of the Faculty of Arts at the University of the Western Cape. You can just tell from this that Prof. Basi, is one of the best that we could actually invite to this INDABA. His background, academic background, fits very well into our effort at CPUT to promote and develop multilingualism. Thank you, colleagues. Prof. Basi, the platform is yours.
Okay, good morning, colleagues, and it's really, really an honor to be spending this morning with you, sharing thoughts on a topic we are all very passionate about, language, multilingualism, and so on. I am very delighted that you've invited me to be part of this. CPUT has become something of a second home to me. Each time there's something happening in CPUT, Even when I'm not invited, I find ways of inviting myself. Yeah, right. So what I want to do basically is very simple. Mine is a message of hope. It's an invitation to optimism around African languages. It's, in a sense, reflection on my own activities in the language and technology space. It's a reflection on the experience of working in the online space. So on the one hand, it is reflection. On the other hand, it is advocacy. It's saying, we can do this. It is possible. We must not allow certain things that appear to militate against our goal to eventually prevent us from doing what we want to do. So my title basically talks about how we can take advantage of that experience we had called pandemic online teaching, all right? Universities are rushing to make decisions as to what next year would be like. And it's almost as if we all want to throw away everything that we had gone through and try to respond to during the pandemic. And I'm saying, no, let's not do that. Rather, let us reflect on some of the things we did during the pandemic and see what other possibilities technology, language technology, affords us in trying to promote languages that are not traditionally used in the higher education space. So basically, it's really a message of optimism. Just to get us started, we'll start with a status check. We want to check collectively how we see the status and the place of African languages in society, but especially in higher education. Then we will look at some of the apocalyptic visions, all right, all of the fears that have been expressed around March 2022, when universities were beginning to lock down. I'm going to try and reflect with you on some of the experiences and fears people had as to what lockdown, online teaching, the implications, the ramifications it would have for African languages. Already, you can second guess what I'm going to say. A bad situation, was it made now worse by locking down campuses and moving everything to online as far as African languages are concerned? So we'll look at some of those fear-mongering, all right, that took place around the role of African languages at that point in time. Then, I believe that COVID was an opportunity. Okay? So we'll look at what we call here the pandemic silver lining. Okay? In that cloud called COVID, there was a silver lining for promoting African languages. And the bulk of my presentation, technology permitting, would be to give you some insights into some of those advantages and how one was able to leverage them. So in a nutshell, this is the story I want to tell. Are we good? Okay, thank you. So let's start with an assignment. If you have your phone, your smartphone, but if you're like me, you still use a Nokia 50, you can type, please kindly go to the address there, or if you have a smartphone with a QR code reader, just point it to that QR code, and we are going to do a small exercise collectively. When you get to the site, you'll see that there are 5 statements that have been made. I will request you to choose only 3 in descending order of importance. In other words, the first statement you choose is for you very true. The second one, not as important as the first one. And the third one, yeah, important, but not as important as the first 2. Is that okay? Okay, so let me go to the site where we should be. Okay, this guys, let me take you out. Oh, please, I'll need our technical colleagues to help us with this. I can see it on my screen, but I can't see it here. I want this to show.
Do you wanna? I'm just taking a chance.
There are 5 statements. Your first choice is the one you
Okay,
consider
I tried to
most
drag it over.
important.
I don't know if it's extended.
The second, following, and the third. Oh dear. Please don't press any of the tabs.
Okay, you can just like try to move it over.
Pardon?
Drag it over to like in the screen.
Okay, to drag it. Okay. So let's see how we're doing. How many people have voted so far? 7. Waiting for a few more. We're more than 7 here. And there are more than 7 smartphones here, I'm sure. Great. Okay, 8. Okay, things are moving. 11. Let's say we'll stop at 13. Okay. This is our collective judgment, as it were. This is our collectively shared opinion on what seems to be happening in the space within which we're working. I can't see it here, so I'll have to maybe step aside for... Okay. So, for all of us here, at least for the 16th or 17th, all right, things are moving. So far, the major concern seems to be that English has a hegemonic status, all right, in our society and in our higher education environment, all right? So as a lecturer, as a community activist, as a student, what you're saying is that you're concerned about the stranglehold status of English. Oh dear, I'm not quite sure what's happening here. Okay. It is saying that English regulates, perhaps along with other factors, access to opportunity. If you have English, the doors are opened. If you don't have English, the barrier to entry is so much higher. All right? It's a struggle. The second one is interesting. We are saying that, so-called marginalized languages are not good enough currently for use in higher education. That's what we are saying. Hopefully, by the end of this talk, I hope I would have shown you clearly that where there's a will, there's a way. And we can't wait, because every language, even English, develops every day. I could write a paper tomorrow and contribute to the vocabulary of English. Language is a living organism, and like every living organism, it accommodates to new situations, to new challenges. If you don't use a language for a particular purpose, it's not going to develop for use in that purpose. It's as simple as that. The third one is also very interesting. We are introspecting. We are saying we are all guilty here. All right? We are all pointing the accusing fingers at ourselves that as universities, we are not doing enough for the communities within which we are located to be empowered through the medium of their languages. Very interesting. Then, not very many, let's say maybe about half, are concerned about proficiency in African languages by the youth, and even fewer are concerned about the issue of pride, the prestige of these languages. But the mere fact that we even have them here, because you had to choose only 3, suggests that some of us have these concerns. Now, what do these concerns mean? How do we make sense of them? All right? What I'm going to try and do next is to provide a set of contexts within which we can attempt to make sense of these concerns. All right, so let me go back to my PowerPoint and see. Okay, so a few years ago, I looked at a number of sort of policy type documents on language in the country in order to attempt to distill core concerns around the use of African languages in higher education, but also in broader society. The precursor, in other words, the document that led to the language policy framework for public higher education institutions gazetted in 2020, which we are all trying to respond to, the draft of that document made the following point about proficiency and competence levels of students in African languages. The majority of students entering higher education are not even proficient to the required level in the language they call their mother tongue. And there's some research to back it up. So my colleague Charlene Dias did a study a few years ago in which she found that about 40 or so % of African language speaking students at UWC actually failed the respective African languages at matric level. Of course, Sebo has already pointed out issues around assessment. And with African languages, one can even add to that. Whose model of African languages is being used in these assessment situations? So one can have a discussion around that, right? But there is a general concern about proficiency in these languages. The next one talks about the attitude towards the very many beautiful language policies that we have. I mean, we often say, in a very cavalier manner, policies are not our problems. We have very good policies. The problem is with implementation. Although one can argue that part of policy making is anticipating implementation. All right? So we should not see implementation as separate from the policy itself, because, so let me just digress very briefly to make this point. In policy-making circles, the view is that a policy seeks to get you to do something you don't want to do, something you don't want to do now, something you don't want to do in the way that has been recommended. So a policy is attempting to change your behavior towards something. Now, if you want a policy to succeed, then you need to look at the behavioral impediments. What are the things that would make someone not want to embrace the policy? So if in the process of developing the policy you don't pay attention to those behavioral impediments, then why do you say later that the problem is implementation? So what are some of the behavioral impediments? I have not been directed to, okay? I don't know what the incentives are. What's in it for me? If I'm going to change my behavior, I've got to see what is in it for me. All right? I lack the capacity. You want me to change behavior, but you do not capacitate me to do that which you are recommending, it's not going to work. I have to believe. In other words, the policy provision must speak to my values, must accord with what I really believe. Otherwise, I am not going to follow what the policy says. And the policy itself must also allow for decisions to be made at different levels, not at some central level. If you are not in my classroom knowing what I'm dealing with, you cannot sit up there, all right? So these are some of the impediments. But to go back to this point, we have all of these policies, but there's very little action taking place around implementation. Across our campuses, some campuses better than the others, admittedly. And what's the corollary of that? How are you going to use these languages in higher education if material is not being developed in them? How are you going to use these languages if you are not building people's capacity to use these languages? All right? How are you going to use these languages? How will these policies be successful if you don't allay people's fears? That having this policy doesn't mean that if you don't speak language X, then you will not be employed, you will not be promoted. People have genuine fears, and you must speak to those fears if you want your policy to be successful. I mean, a few years ago, maybe things, I don't know whether they're improving, but the fortunes of African language departments across universities in the country were not too good, okay? Drop in student numbers, some were being closed down and so on and so forth. But look at the other point there, the socioeconomic relevance of these languages. So, the French sociologist Bourdieu talks about the linguistic markets. Okay, let's just understand it this way. If I'm going to invest in learning a language, there must be something in it for me. What am I going to be able to use? This is language 1, language 2, language 3. and my brain can only take one at a time. Which am I going to invest in? Human beings are rational decision makers. If I do this, will I get a job with it? What kind of job will I get? But if I did this one, oh. So I will calculate and make a decision, take a decision based on my assessment of the opportunities associated with these various languages, all right? So, concerns about the socioeconomic relevance of studying African languages. And then, of course, linked to that is concern around the pride and the prestige associated with these languages in contrast to, say, English. All right, so a number of concerns which provide, I think, a departure point for us to get into the other parts of my talk. But let's do just a little bit of theorization, just to make sense of this. Now, we are all familiar, at least those of us who work in the area of language policy, you are familiar with models of types of language policy that recognize three types. So, language planning, status planning, that has to do with either promoting or demoting a language. So it's not always promoting, it can be the opposite, all right? Franco in Spain didn't want to hear about Catalan, all right? So you can demote, you can also promote. Corpus planning, the materiality of the language. For the language to be used in a new societal function, it needs to be prepared. And that preparing of the language can come in a variety of forms. We often talk about technology development, but that's not the only issue. All right? You need to create different genres. You need to have stylistic conventions. How do you write dates? Who is familiar with the difference between the way we would write our dates and the way they write dates in the US? Anyone? Sure. So, the other way around. The other way around. Okay. And that's a convention they've developed. Or, if you look at the way you address buildings, so in German, for instance, you have the number at the end. So I'll say Robotsobukwe 25, and not 25 Robotsobukwe. So these are all stylistic conventions. These are all part of, we need to reduce the language to writing. We need a grammar, all right? We need a grammar for the language. So these are some of the things we do under corpus planning in order to prepare the language for use in a new domain. So, if I were the president of a country, and I woke up tomorrow morning and I said, henceforth, Venda is going to be the official language of South Africa. You want to get a job, better learn Venda. All right? But for that to work, we've got to have Venda being prepared, all right? If we're going to use Venda in higher education, in the judiciary, we've got to somehow create the resources that will make it possible for Venda to be used in those domains. Acquisition planning, for our purposes here, traditional acquisition planning has to do with gaining new speakers for the language, intergenerational transfer. As parents, are you doing everything to ensure that your children are learning your mother tongue, your home language, and so on? But for our purposes here, let's see acquisition planning in terms of proficiency in terms of gaining new speakers for the language, all right? A few years ago, I added, in an extension of this model, I added what I call opportunity planning. And the idea behind opportunity planning is you can do all of these things around status, develop the languages, make people try to learn the language and speak the language. But if you don't pay attention to those factors that will make people embrace all of this innovation, then it amounts to very little. So what jobs have we created to ensure that people who invest in learning these languages can get a job they'll be proud of? If they're the type who like flying from Cape Town to Paris, yes, my vendor, it was because of my vendor that I went to Paris. Wouldn't you rather join me in learning vendor? But if the jobs that I have, that's when I'm very fortunate, are jobs that for whatever reasons are perceived as, well, since I couldn't get anything else, let me cope with this. If those are the kinds of jobs that are available, why would people who look up to me want to study these languages? So opportunity planning has to do with all of those initiatives that create the positive attitudes, the spaces, the dispositions, and also the capacities for using these languages in professional areas, and not just around the campfire, all right? And if we're talking about opportunities, some initial survey I've been trying to do around opportunities for language professionals in the country. Let me see if I can play a clip from one of my respondents before. Oh dear me. All right, sorry, I need to.
Could possibly become, all the possibilities.
It's difficult working with this, so I can't see it on my screen, so I have to do this. Okay, so that's fine.
And as a language practitioner or as a language practice student myself back in the day, this is now 2008 or 2011, what I can tell you from experience is that while we did have exposure to SARTI, which is good to know that there are regulatory bodies or professional bodies for your profession, careers weren't very forthcoming, if I can say it that way. We weren't really told about, we were told when we enrolled all the things that you could possibly become, all the possibilities. But when you start looking into it, the opportunities aren't very, the opportunities are often far and few in between. And one of the things that one can ascribe to there, in particular we're looking in the publishing sector, is that a lot of the jobs that are used in the publishing sector, the services like we're talking about, your copywriters, your editors, your proofreaders, who check the proofs, all of that. Those jobs are outsourced now, and even big news agencies, they run on skeleton staff. They outsource most of their work. And while that does create, on the one front, it creates some opportunities for employment there, it's contractual work. There's not a lot.
When we are recruiting the students, we tell them all the beautiful beautiful things they can do with language. I think there's even an ethical. Why are we recruiting students into languages when we are not upfront with them about the opportunities that exists? Look at the opportunity costs. Families are having to put up resources, give sacrificially to see the child through university in the hopes that when the child graduates, they will now come and take on other responsibilities, help others. So, we need to get going with advocacy. We need to create a language industries, okay, for our students. It has to be profitable to study and to work with these languages. Okay, so let me see if I can get back to my slides. Okay, sorry, what do I do to go back? Do I move this? Because now I can't see my... Can I have some help, please? Okay, let me see. Let's look. No, not that. I want this to... Oh, okay, thank you. Enter full screen. But the problem is that I can't see it. Okay, so I think the point I just wanted to make here was that there are also connections between these various. So when you see the opportunity, then you want to, of course, learn the language, right? If there are materials in the language, then it's easier to use the language. When there are opportunities, your view of the status and the view of speakers of those languages would be enhanced. Okay. So, let me... So, let's see the first part. So this is a situation with, let's say, African languages, January, February 2020. Enter COVID. By March, universities are closed, thinking of what to do. We move online. So if the picture we've just presented previously may be considered bad, is COVID and pandemic teaching, online pandemic teaching, going to make matters worse? Just thinking about the kinds of discussions we're having around March 2020, the view was that when we moved online, if we moved online, pretty much the same visions, apocalyptic visions that were entertained for Africa, that, look, COVID was going to wipe out Africa completely, were kind of entertained with respect to African languages in higher education. And there were a number of reasons why such concerns were entertained. And I've just tried to model here about 10 or so of the things people were saying, certainly in my network. Locking down means that the campus community all right, that use these languages to negotiate meaning, whether it's in engineering, in accounting, students receive lectures, then they study, they come together and explain things using all the terms they're familiar with, translanguaging, and so on, that campus community was no longer going to be there. So the community that supported the use, or at least some use of these languages in higher education, was not going to be there any longer because everyone was working from home. Secondly, of course, before the pandemic, we were already seeing absence of material, teaching and learning material. The pandemic online teaching would require greater self-study, all right? That means you even need a diversity of materials. So that if you don't understand it from this, you can look at this. Because there's nobody to really engage with as much as you would have been able to do when you were on campus. Thirdly, so brick and mortar materials were not available. Aren't you asking for too much to now talk about digital resources in these languages? And digital resources that will be suitable for the online space. I mean, a mistake we often make is to assume that all of your lecture materials can simply be transported to the online space and you continue as usual. It's impossible. The issues of attention span, the issues of motivation, all right? So even if you are going to sleep off, the fact that I move around a lot, all right, I'm having the mic and I may just say, what did I just say? Keeps you awake. But there you are. You won't even put on your camera. So you can't do that. Now, concern that, look, not all of our lecturers speak these languages. All right, so are they going to be able to produce material in these languages? Or how much knowledge do we have of instructional design? I've just said you can't just carry your face-to-face material and go onto the online space. You need some understanding of the principles of digital instructional design in order to produce material that will be suitable for that environment. How many of us have that knowledge? Or what research existed, evidence-based research that could guide our practice, that would say, okay, when you do this, it would work, but this is not likely to work. There was hardly anything. Or, well, I don't think you can use African languages with all of these technologies. There's something about African languages that will know. Or, students, they won't have access to the internet, they won't have access to laptops and so on and so forth. And then, of course, the traditional concerns, technology. You can't use African languages to teach DNA. You can't teach, oh, by the way, wonderful job. I hope we get a chance to see it later. And so on. We can't get African languages to do this and do this. There's no terminology. Scaremongering, I find. So, what is the upshot of all of these fears that were entertained, all of these apocalyptic visions? They had the impact, I think, of eclipsing whatever visibility, whatever little visibility African languages had before the pandemic. And they also would have had the consequence of deepening inequalities in access to knowledge, where some languages are more endowed in terms of material, and then others, which were already less endowed, are now even worse off because they are operating in this digital environment. So, imparity of pedagogy, all right? Deepening the divide, making the barrier to entrance to what Morrow calls the goods of higher education, the epistemological access, making entry to that even higher for speakers of marginalized languages. Now, like I did say, I see that in that dark cloud, there was a silver lining for the promotion of African languages. And what I'd like to do going forward is to give you examples of some of the innovative things people did, made use of technology to do to promote African languages and to give a lie to those apocalyptic visions. So I want to suggest that it wasn't all gloom and doom. Very creative things happened. And as universities are rushing back to face, they must not forget all of the creative things that were done during the pandemic. And they must find ways of ensuring that those things continue. Otherwise, we are going to go back to the pre-pandemic situation. And all of these beautiful initiatives will now be seen as no longer relevant. Okay, many of you have perhaps seen this publication, this article put together by colleagues from across universities in the country. There are a number of colleagues, I think at least 2 or 3 or so from CPUT here. So Chunevich and her colleagues in this important piece on pandemic teaching pose a question that is at the heart of what I am trying to say here. And you can see the question to your right, in the margin to your right. They say, in what ways do the emergency response to COVID-19 pandemic provide opportunities? Opportunities for what? Opportunities that can take advantage of the equity agenda in order to create a more inclusive, higher education environment even after the pandemic. So, I think that as our universities are rushing back to in-person teaching, we need to hit the pause button and ask ourselves questions similar to this, but from the standpoint of language, which in our case would be, in what ways do technological initiatives either accentuated, because let's not be disingenuous here, some of the work I'm going to be reporting on had already been done before COVID, okay? But COVID brought them to the limelight, accentuated them. So in what ways do technological initiatives accentuated by online COVID teaching or begun during that period, in what ways can they be leveraged in order to promote African languages? That is my interpretation of their question in our context. In other words, when I look at the initial list of concerns, the question I'm trying to address in the remaining time I have is to say, we know that there are requirements of online teaching, right? But we also know that technology generally has certain affordances. It enables us to do certain things. So how can we make use of technology to do the things that are listed on the right? Oh, I'm so sorry, this is not showing. Is there something we can do to... Not now, okay. Are you able to see? Yeah, why don't you move over here, please? We want to create an inclusive higher education environment, all right? You are as important as anyone else here. So please, if you don't mind, can I request you to come in here? You can see, but you can't see. You can't tell me you can see. No way. Please. So in what ways can we make use of technology to address some of these issues? Support the development of teaching, learning, and other materials in African languages. Listen to this. Make these materials that have been produced what? Reusable, repurposable. To repurpose something is to create a new use for it. So it must not be the case that I create this, it's just for this. When I need this, although it's related to this, I can't use this. In what ways can technology make it possible for me not just to reuse verbatim material I have produced previously, but to easily manipulate it to suit a new purpose? We don't have the resources, we don't have the energy to always reinvent the wheel. We cannot always start from scratch. How can technology enhance how people perceive African languages? This is an issue of attitude. If you do not think highly of them, you will not be interested in using them. How could technology help us create opportunities for improving proficiency in these languages? How could technologies help build capacities? Capacities, whether it's in instructional design or capacities that would make our graduates market solvent to be able to get jobs easily when they graduate. How can technology enhance the study of African languages? Remember, we saw a point where we said some departments, African language departments, were closing down. How can technology help us produce tools and resources that support the further development of other tools and resources for African languages? So this is essentially what I'd like to demonstrate. I'd like to demonstrate a couple of answers that show some of the innovative things people were able to do with African languages during lockdown. But again, some of this had been done prior to lockdown, just to be clear. So on the next slide, I'm going to give you a tour of some of the technologies my associates and I have been using to promote languages generally. And my goal is to do several things. In giving you this overview of some of the tools we worked with, my goals are as follows. First, you remember all those scaremongering, scarecrow things we saw, all right? Is to show that those fears were unfounded. They were completely misplaced. They betray attitudes of people who don't want this. So it became almost like a straw man argument. You know, there's a convenient hanger for all your fears. So I want to show that those fears were completely misplaced. I also want to answer the question which Chinovich and colleagues raised. How can we make better use of the experience of responding to the pandemic? And then thirdly, basically to show how technologies help us address the goals on this slide. Some of the work I'm going to be sharing come from things I've done with my students at undergraduate and postgraduate levels. So basically from my teaching, from my personal research, and also from students I supervise. Some others, actually very minimal, come from, incidentally, pandemic era international projects I was involved in. you see the two mentioned there. So just to give that context, just another quick context before we look at, so what are the various things that technology can do for us? So on this list, I have a list of about 10 odd things that technology can do for languages. So whether you look at languages in terms of speech or data, these are some of the things that technology can do for you. So we can move from one mode to the other, from spoken to written, from written to spoken. So we have voice recognition systems. So I say something and it appears in writing, all right? Or the opposite, speech synthesis, translation across languages, being able to display data, language data in multiple languages through subtitling and so on, or multi-channel audio tracks, being able to create ontologies of language material that show the structure, in other words, a structured collection of language material. Technology can help in automatically generating texts. Technology can help with writing assistance. For those of you who are around who use Nokia, I don't know, to type the word home when there was no predictive testing, you had to do to get to H, you have to do, then you have H. Now, the next letter is O. Before you get to O, you have to type 2 keys. Then M, O, the M, M is the fourth key in that, the fourth letter in that other key. Then E. Today, we have predictive texting, all right? So, technology can offer writing assistance. You can use it to store data. You can, a whole lot of things. All right, so let's get into it now. In the hope that technology does not disappoint us, I am going to share with you a couple of things that I have. Again, I need to figure out. Sorry, I need some help here. How do I get to this? Okay, all right, okay, I think. So, may his soul rest in perfect peace. This is work by a student of mine, Sabelo Saula, who passed on earlier this year. Yes. For his master's, we looked at regional and surface anatomy of the heart. And we put together a lecture on this topic. Now, in terms of design principles, let me share with you what we did. The first part of this video you're going to watch, you see him explaining the terms he has found first. So it's almost like your academic literacy thing. He's explaining what the terms are. Then, hopefully, now that you've known what artery is called, once you know what pulmonary, whatever is called, then he makes use of it in the actual lecture. So I'll just show you a few clips. Technology permitting. No, technology is not permitting. Are we online? Let's see. Right, we are. Okay, so let's give it a minute or two. Oh dear. Yeah?
Are you using your phone?
No, I'm using Sartec. Yeah. I'm now wondering if I should switch over to my phone and see if that's going to work. Okay, let me switch over to my phone and see if that's going to work better. It's very delayed, it's very slow because this should be. Okay, if this doesn't work, I'll probably have to move on and try some other things. Okay. So basically, what I would have shown you here would have been, if you can just, what I would have shown you here would have been a lecture on regional and surface anatomy of the heart, rendered in Isikosa. In the first part of the lecture, the student explains the terminology, does terminology research on the topic, extracts all the terms, researches them, and comes up with, acceptable solutions, right? And makes use of those terms is found or created in delivering the text. And we see here an example of how this particular technology enhances access to knowledge in more ways than we can, in fact, readily imagine. Now, his material is not necessarily only written, all right? He speaks to it. As we know, many of our students would identify with these languages, but for any number of reasons are unable to actually read. Even for historical reasons, are unable to read their languages. So oral processing becomes very, very important. In the next, in the next example I would have shown you, again, it's a lecture on critical analysis of texts, where the student reworks a particular lecture into Siswati. All right? Again, to ensure that other students in other cohorts coming after her who might be struggling with the English material are able to have an opportunity to engage with the material across both languages. All right? The third one I'm going to show, that hopefully shouldn't be a problem. Let's see, so many universities have invested in online glossaries, okay, to support students. Very useful. However, the question is, I am reading a book on anatomy. I come across something I don't understand. I put it down, go online, and then come back. Sometimes by the time I come back to my text, I've actually forgotten. Glossaries are useful, and you have seen in my bio, I work in the area of terminology, but I'm not a fan of glossaries because I think people don't read glossaries. You need to integrate glossaries into the texts that people are reading, because sometimes, depending on how a glossary or a dictionary was put together, the sense or the meaning there may not fit the particular context of the text you are reading. All right? So hopefully this shouldn't be a problem. I'll just illustrate. Let's see, what are we're still using. Yeah, let's see if this works. Okay, so let's look at let's look at this article. So sometimes as academics, when we write, we want to show off. We sometimes forget that we may be recommending our texts to first-year students. So this is a paper I published in language policy with one of my students, Chanel, speaking with a forked tongue about multilingualism in the language policy of a South African university. What the hell is a forked tongue? It sounds nice. It got published. But how do I expect a first-year student to whom I've recommended this to be able to understand this? And especially in the online environment where the students cannot come together and say, hey sis, what is this man trying to say here? What are these two people trying? Okay? Then he talks about blah, 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 belied widespread positive appraisals of this policy. What on hell does that mean? When you're writing, you're not thinking of those things. Or internal contradiction of the campaign and so on and so forth. Now, one of the tools I work with allows for you to annotate the texts, all right? So that expressions or terminology previously identified as challenging can be explained, so that when a student inputs a text into the text editor of that application, certain things are underlined. Once the student clicks on a difficult word, a widget, a window opens up, and the student sees the explanation there and then, without having to leave the environment of the text they're reading to go elsewhere. Let's hope this works. If it doesn't work, I'll be so sad. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'll just copy this text. The application is already open, so yes, I want to use this glossary. I have already populated it. And when I say glossary, it's not just words. If it's a full sentence that is difficult to understand, I'll put it in there and provide the explanation. Okay, so let's say I've chosen that one. Hopefully it works. Oh, dear me. Okay, so let me log in again. Maybe it's been on for too long. Okay, so let me log in. Okay, brilliant. So I'm going to paste that text in here. So I'm a first-year student. My lecturer has given me this text and is giving me a headache. And I've taken Panadol and it doesn't seem to be working. I need help. I'm studying alone. I'm at home. What do I do? All right? So the student puts in the text here, clicks on this. Notice that some things are underlined. Okay? And the student says, yeah, what on earth is speaking with a forked tongue? So the student clicks on this, and then you have some explanation of what is intended. Don't hold me responsible for the explanation. Okay. Students provided the explanations. All right. Okay, so the student sees this and says, oh, this is what they're talking about. All right, fine. I continue my reading. As part of a broader student campaign for free decolonized education, protests over language policies at select South African universities between belied widespread positive approvals of these policies. What on earth does this mean? How does anyone expect me to understand this. I've just come out from grade 12. Well, the student clicks and hopefully sees an explanation of that and continues with their reading. The discourse prior to the protests, what does this mean? The student, so one assumption we make when we develop glossaries is that the only difficulty students have are with terms, but that is not true. The syntax is a problem, graphs are a problem, the pre-knowledge that you require to understand the text is a problem. So why do we limit the solutions we provide only to technology? All right? So with a tool such as this, the student engaging in self-study, because there's lockdown, is able to kind of simulate the way they would have negotiated meaning on campus. Okay, so let's see if some other one would work. Let's see if this first one, oh no, this is not working. Okay, let's see if this could work.
LCA is 321 lesibita ngokuthi kuhlatiya kwenkulumo lebalekile. Uma silandzela la kule slide sethu sesibili sibona ukuthi yini lebe sikufundza tiwesifundo sethu sokuqala. Lebe sikufundza lapha besifundza ukuthi yini inkulumo. Sifunze futhi ukuthi yini lokwenta inkulumo ivakale.
Okay, so we've seen this. Let's see if this works. So this is a voice recognition. There's no sound. So actually what I did here basically, just to explain, so I pretended as if, so I activate my Google, call up my Google voice recognition system. I am giving a lecture in English, and I've set it so that it can transcribe the lecture, translate and transcribe it into, I think it's Ikosa here. Now, obviously there'll be lots of problems. But can you just imagine how this could be helpful in at least giving us a draft of material which we can then edit, all right? It's really very unfortunate that I can't get all of this across. This is something on, I can hear some sound. Okay, well, this is something on subtitling, which, as research shows, enhances subtitling, educational subtitling. The available research has shown how it enhances students' learning. So, for instance, a study by a colleague in Northwest, for instance, showed that for grade 12 physical sciences, when the lecture material was subtitled into Sesotho, and research conducted, we had the experimental group and then the control group. The experimental group that watched the recording, the lesson in the transcribed version, performed better by about 30% or so better than the group that only saw the English thing. Okay, don't worry. I'll soon round up. Let me just try this and see if this would work. Okay, something very similar to, I guess, what we're going to see. Oh.
Abafundi kufuneka baziqhelanise nemithetho yomgaqo wokuziphatha we-practical kunye nokusingatha imaterial etyangiweyo okanye esikiweyo. Umgaqo wokuziphatha we-practical. Okokuqala, ukugcinwa kwezinto zexabiso. Umfundi kulindeleke ukuba agcine zonke izinto zakhe zexabiso ngaphakathi kwelokhari zekhabhinethi azinikiweyo. Isinxibo kunye nekhowudi yesinxibo. Kulindeleke ukuba abafundi banxibe isinxibo esifanelekileyo ngexesha leklasi ze-practical, kubandakanywa nedyasi emhlophe elab. Lona umthetho weYunivesithi A.1.3 icandelo lesithathu. Gcina iinwele ezinde zibotshwe kakuhle emva kwentloko kwaye unganxibi ubucwe.
Okay, just I think that gives you a quick sense of that. And then also, again, we find ways of mediating some of these skills to students as well. So this is in our multilingualism course where we do website localization in order to translate a website. So the students learn some basic things around HTML codes. And so we have, for instance, I'm not going to test your knowledge of biology, but if you wanted, we could try that. But we have this website localized into Afrikaans. Hopefully, yeah. And then, let me go back. Okay, so let me assume that my isiXhosa is 100% and my knowledge of biology is 100%. I'm going to answer those questions. Yeah, sorry, I need to look at the graphic here in order to know what to do. Oh, it's not loading. Okay, I've seen that. Okay, so I come here. And then let's see how I performed. So my self-study, hopefully it should tell me how I've performed. So it gives me feedback. You see how good my biology is? Okay. And then, well, let's see, what else can I just, let's try this. And then I'll round up.
Hello, my name is Basi Antia, and I'd like us to talk about reading and annotation. Have you ever wondered about some of the things we do while we are reading? There are at least 3 such things. We may be finding meaning, making meaning, or evaluating meaning. We know we are finding meaning when we have reactions such as the following. What's the gist? I'm so confused. I need to get this. What is being said in this paragraph? We know we are making meaning when we ask questions such as how.
Ingaba indikhumbuza ntoni lento? Ndingenza ntoni ngolu lwazi ndilufumana kulomhlathi? Sazi njani kuba siphonononga intsingiselo? Sazi xa sizibuza imibuzo efana nale? Ingaba le inyani okanye luluvo? Ingaba iyangqinelana nomxholo wam? Ingaba ngawaphi amaqhinga asetyenziswe ngulo mbhali ukwenzela ndicaciselwe? Ngokwale ingcaciso singathetha ngamanqanaba amathathu okufunda okanye ukuqonda. Inqanaba elingekho nzulu, inqanaba elinzulu kwakunye nenqanaba elingundoqo.
Okay, so let me just round up. I'm so sorry that the technology hasn't been very, very helpful, but let me just round up with a few. So what has been the reception to some of these initiatives? Oh, what's happening? So just a word or two on this. Trying to elicit students' reactions to initiatives such as this has pointed to two clear things. One, there's a shift in attitude towards that final point we saw in that Mentimeter where we talked about African languages not being sufficiently developed for higher education. The view is that, no, actually, that's really not the issue. If we set our minds to it, we'll do it. Secondly, many of my students have very impressive CVs now. They've all updated their CVs, listing all the tools they can use and things that they have done. In other words, enhancing their market solvency. All right? But let's just look at just two examples of what students say. So here, this refers to that annotation tool, all right, where students actually see the explanations in the context of the text they're reading. And you can see what this dialogue communicates. So student one is comparing this tool to the traditional dictionaries. Okay, so it was perceived as a lot more relevant in their reading than some of the other traditional resources that they typically have. And then finally, this was students working on the subtitling of my lectures so as an assignment, and they had to do some research on it. And I just give you a minute or two to read this extract from a student's essay. The power of subtitling and some of these other initiatives. So in conclusion, if we look at all of the scaremongering which we saw, even though technology didn't help us, didn't enable us to see all of the other tools I wanted to show, I think the bottom line is that all of these fears, or most of those fears, were misplaced. They were clearly unfounded. And in some cases, they actually reflect people's deep-seated prejudice towards the use of these languages. Now, the earlier universities embraced technology and everything that goes or that went with online teaching, the better. Of course, universities will have, these things don't come cheap. They will have to invest massively in training, in acquiring equipment, and so on and so forth. But there are at least two reasons that make such investments worthwhile. The first is that all universities are trying to respond to the new language policy framework for higher education institutions. The compliance requirements are such that we cannot but engage with this. Secondly, who says COVID is the last crisis we'll ever have? I don't know what the next crisis is going to be. And Taleb's notion of anti-fragility is one that needs to inform the way we think of how we design our university systems. We must build universities that are anti-fragile. We have learned something from COVID. We should get better as a result. We should design our higher education systems, our pedagogy in such a way that wherever the wind blows, we can go, because by our very design, we are able to cope with those shocks. There must not be another crisis and we begin to wonder, oh, how do our lecturers teach online and all of that? It should be an integral part of our DNA. All right, so thanks very much, and I'm very sorry the technology didn't work as well as I would have wanted it to, but I hope at least you have a sense of the message of optimism, the message of hope that I was trying to get across. Where there's a will, there's a way. All of those reasons offered why the online space was going to spell doom and gloom for African languages are unfounded. Thank you very much. Okay.
So they can, you can show they can ask you questions.
Sure. Thank you very much, Prof, for your thorough engagement with the theme of our language INDABA today and your compelling presentation. I pointed out at the beginning, colleagues, that applied linguistics is a problem-driven discipline, and it proposes solutions to language-related problems. I think Prof has shown us what an amazing applied linguist is. You have educated me a lot, Prof. I felt like you shouldn't stop talking, actually. All right. Colleagues, we are running behind schedule, but that's fine, especially if we have compelling presentations like this. I'm going to give you about until 11:30 for you to ask any questions that you might have for Prof. Prof. Antia, and then we will break go out for the tea break. Any questions for Prof, please? Or even comments?
There is a comment from my side. Thank you very much, Prof, for a very informative presentation. And I am happy that you made this presentation in the presence of our director, Profundani. I know she'll be able to convince the seniors to ensure that these resources we actually get for CPUT as well. I like the idea and the fact, and you know, the new vision of the institution of becoming one smart institution, which means we really need to embrace these resources. And I know they will always complain about funding, where to get the funding, but I'm sure, as you have said, where there's a will, there's a way. And indeed, we really need them to ensure that our students are performing as well. You know, the other day we were in a seminar where we were talking about where to go from here. And with all and everything, and all the initiatives and creativity that we've shown during the period of pandemic, we should not throw that away. But we need to make sure that we take what we have learned and also, you know, continue to run with it, because we can actually do wonders. But we need some support from the seniors. We need the seniors to also invest in these resources. We're talking about, you know, the other day, I was asking Nomco to assist my department with some glossaries, and I'm taking something here from the presentation today that actually it would not work as a glossary document on its own. It needs to be integrated in order to make sense for students. So I'm learning, and thank you very much for the presentation.
Alexis, Ten, is it a question or a comment? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Prof. I know that you have done research on this, but could you comment on using different varieties in subtitling, in glossaries, etc.?
Yeah, so I'm a very pragmatic person. Why are we doing this? Is it just to demonstrate that African languages can express concepts in surface anatomy of the heart? Or are we doing this primarily because we want to enhance access to our students? I'm sure if you look at your teaching and learning policy or some other policy, the word responsiveness appears there. All right? So if that is the cornerstone, I want my students to do better. And my students speak Afrikaans. Why am I using the kind of Afrikaans which folks in Stellenbosch alone understand? It's making matters worse. You're better off. In fact, one of the things I realized is that we do our students, especially in basic education, but also in higher education, we do our students a great disservice when we assign them to classes on the basis of the languages they, let's say, nominally identify with. So you go to basic education, a child says, I'm Afrikaans speaking. You put that child into the Afrikaans speaking class, when in fact, Afrikaans, standard Afrikaans is almost like a foreign language to that child. That child may have even been better off in an English class. So to answer your question, if my purpose is to empower my students, if my purpose is to grant them access, and because I know how these languages emerged, these languages were not dropped from up there. People who had power decided, let this be the standard variety, and all others. Because of that historical consciousness, I am not going to disadvantage any child in my class by using a variety that does not resonate with them. All right? So in the work I've been doing for some 10 years with my colleague Charlene Das, who is now retired, we produce lecture materials of course in English, but also in isiXhosa and Afrikaans, the standard varieties or the standardized varieties, but as well as the other varieties which our students use. All right? And our purpose again is not just to demonstrate that you can express XYZ concept in this language, but to ensure that the goods on offer are accessible to our students. So, of course, I know regulatory bodies and all of that, people who keep tabs on these things may, but we have to continue to push back. I'll give you an example. When this language policy framework thing was being put together, there was a ministerial visitation panel that came to all of our universities. When they came to UWC, we were at the Vice Chancellor's boardroom, and I shared some of what we were doing. And Professor Dyes and I were scolded. How dare you? How dare you bastardize this language? How dare you do... Well, we're from the ministry, from the department, so you keep quiet because you don't want your Vice Chancellor to query you. But then, later they said they wanted to interact with the students. The students came and precisely used the same varieties as we had used. And interestingly, we caught one or the other member using that same variety. So if we want to be ethical, if we want to be very truthful, if we are concerned with our students having access to what it is that we are offering, then we need to provide it in languages that they are most comfortable with. But the idea is not to neglect the varieties of power. So if you look at work by Vic Webb and Co., when one of his papers, he talks about arguments against the use of African languages and arguments for the use of African languages in education. One of the arguments often advances, look, these children are going to go into the workforce where the language is English. So why waste time? Why don't you just prepare them in English? But I say, my Japanese friend is learning her engineering in Japanese. When she wants to come to Africa as an expert, she goes to British Council and learns English and comes here and becomes the expert. But the base is secured in Japanese. The knowledge is secured in Japanese. So why are we churning into the labor market people who, because of language, may not have thoroughly comprehended the content? There is a place for the standard variety, for the standardized varieties. I prefer standardized to underscore the process, that it wasn't handed down. People decided, let us make this the standard, all right? There's a room for those varieties as well. But as far as access to the knowledge is concerned, let's make an effort to accommodate our students linguistically as well.
Thank you, bro. For you.
Thank you, Prof. Sorry for the challenges. We always say we are smart CPUT, but the technology is really, I don't know if it's smart or what. It's really, yes, it's really a challenge. I want to agree with you on the basis that when we want to use a language, we must use the indigenous speakers of that language. Because, for instance, I studied at Stellenbosch. You'll find that the other native speakers of Afrikaans, they want to teach you closer, and then they lose the context. Because when that student was saying, sometimes you go to the dictionary looking for this word, and then it means this, and then you become confused. That is what is happening. I just recall now we're in a workshop, was it in a seminar, in Granger Bay, some of the words there, they were not translated according what English says. As somebody who's speaking closer, being proud of being closer, it's really misleading. So I will also encourage that if you want to implement this multilingualism, we must use the native speakers of those languages. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other questions, colleagues? I'm willing to, Dr. Teacher.
Thank you, Prof, for a very fascinating talk. My quick question is, what is your thought around student agency in developing some of these resources and perhaps even contributing to the development of these policies and other guiding documents?
I mean, students are very central. There's no way I would have been able to do a third of some of the things I've shown here without students. The EU project I referred to back one day, I was enraged, I was livid with anger when I was told I could not give bursaries to my students because the project funding model did not allow me to pay students. And I threatened to walk out of it. But friends prevailed on me and said, no, let's stay within. And, sorry, I hope we're not being recorded. Let me put it. Let's stay within and fight it. I would have used a different word. All right. So we had a workshop of the consortium last week. And from another project, a German-funded project, on which I could pay students, I had those students present. And one of the things they said was, they were very excited when they heard about these big EU projects, that at long last, they were going to get bursaries, like their colleagues in economics and the sciences who are always getting all of this, and they never get anything in languages. So here was their professor saying, yeah, we have something from the EU, only to be told they couldn't be part of it. And I got them to show all of the work they had been doing. And the project lead almost burst out in tears. Students are very, very central. One of the problems I highlighted around, people were talking about around 2020, February, was, well, even if you're going to produce materials in African languages, how many of the lecturers are competent in these languages? They don't have to be. You have your students. So students are central. You cannot be developing a product for a given market without taking into account what the market wants. All of those things we are producing, at least 60–70% of them are for your students. So if you don't involve them in the process, again, that sort of vertical type relationship is reenacted, and you don't want that. All right? So students are central, and their agency in these matters must be recognized, must be acknowledged. It does not make sense to put together resources that are meant for students without involving students. In all of those things that I've done, students were involved. Because you are doing several things. You are producing something that will be useful and usable, but you're also building their skills. I told you, my students, whenever they do something for me, they want a certificate because they've already put it in their CV. All right? They're waiting for the next thing that I'll ask them to do because they say, Prof, you need a certificate because it's on our CV. So why deprive them of that opportunity? All right? So that would be my response to that.
I'll give them this one, Prof.
Thank you, Prof. I'm just latching on what was asked by Prof. Teach about maybe I'll come on the side of governance, that if the students have the ability to produce such work, how do you address the issues of copyright? That's one, because it's somehow their intellectual property, which is going to be used by the institution time and again, producing and receiving some economic balance. And secondly, when you issue the certificate, what is the weight of that certificate is it a certificate that says you've completed or you've produced this? For example, you'll end up having a software out of what they've produced. And that software could expand to be a worldwide software produced by that group of students. So where will be their, how will they get their economic incentive out of that? Because they've received the certificate, they have the skill, but there is a tangible tool that will be used, which will be beneficiary to a crowd of people. So if you can just assist me on that, thank you.
Okay, yeah, sure. Intellectual property is central. Actually, there's a whole series that we even have just worked on a multilingual assessment. So listening to several talk about assessment earlier. Now, in most of those things that the students are involved, their names, they are co-authors. I mean, there'll be one or the other one in which the lecturer alone does it. But in all, you'd see the names of the students. So their right as co-owner, co-creator is affirmed. First point. Second point, the students are not necessarily producing software as such. They're making use of software that we have acquired, all right, to do this as part of their teaching. So if you remember the last slide, I get my students, so let's say in a multilingual classroom, we teach subtitling and some of these technologies. So as part of the assignments, rather than just write an essay on this and that, you say, okay, apply the knowledge you have acquired into, for instance, subtitling at least 2 lectures. No one is selling those resources. Our philosophy is very much like that of Muhammad Ali, who in the first half of the 20th century in Egypt, whenever he sent anyone abroad to study, you had to come back having translated at least 1 textbook into Egyptian Arabic in order to build the corpus of academic material in Egyptian Arabic. So it's almost a similar vision that we are pursuing. Let our students be co-creators of knowledge. No one is selling any of this, all right? What you are doing is to ensure that the difficulties you had as a first-year student, when your junior brother or junior sister comes into university, they can build, they can stand on your shoulders and learn better. So there's a sense of community that we're trying to build around this. It's not for monetary purposes. So the concerns about marketing do not as yet arise. But in terms of their input, their rights as co-creators is affirmed. Okay?
Thank you, Prof. Colleagues, we have lost time, but I'm going to take 2 more questions or comments. One from Zina. I think there's one student that side who wants to ask a question. It would be good for us to get something from the students.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. To Bassi, I'm sorry, I had a meeting, so I had to step out for a little bit, but I got the last bit of the presentation. And I think mine's not necessarily a question, but more a comment, and based on what you said earlier, is that I think that in higher education, we still have a lot of work to do within ourselves. As long as we see ourselves as the only knowers in the room, we have to get to a point where we can acknowledge that we might know differently, but we all can think equally and we all can contribute equally. And when I refer to all, I refer to the collective all of academic students, admin, support staff, we can all think equally. And I think that's part of the reason why, as CPUT, we have forefronted learning and teaching instead of teaching and learning so that it doesn't centrally locate the academic as the all-knower. And it's something that I think that we need to really work on, also in terms of just multilingualism, in terms of, I like the idea that there was the English subtitles.
Yes, so reverse.
It's like your flipped classroom, and it jolts you because you don't think of it in that way. You always think the subtitles has to be in the non-dominant language. And so I'd want to encourage academics is, push those boundaries, disrupt the spaces that we find ourselves in when it comes to multilingualism, so that it stays central in the academic project. So I'm very excited, and thank you very much for that presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Zina. Anything from the student side? Anybody who wants to?
Not really a question, but I was just remembering, like in high school, in my high school, we took Afrikaans first additional language, and then they also provided Portuguese. So I was just remembering, like with some of my classmates, when it came to Afrikaans, they wouldn't be willing to learn it because they were thinking, I will need it in another country, instead of like maybe appreciating it as a language in South Africa. And with the Portuguese, I mean, not a lot of students were taking it, but we had to take it in grade 8 and 9, I think. And then I remember another student saying with Portuguese, why should I learn a language where in that country there's racism? I'm not gonna go there. So, yeah, that's just what I was thinking.
Yeah, that's, thanks so much for sharing.
Thanks.
I love languages. Let me sound this caveat. In promoting African languages, we are not hating any other language. It would be a huge mistake to do that. 7 or 8 years ago, I was looking at the matric exams in content subjects. And one section was titled, If Only They Knew What They Were Missing Out. I was referring to African language speaking students who had a very, very understandably negative attitude. But you see, you get there, you're doing biology exam, you can see the questions in English, you can also go to the Afrikaans version. You see the term canine tooth. Let's say for some reason, you don't know what it is. Or you see pedigree. You go to the Afrikaans part of the question paper, you see hoektand. In other words, the tooth that is aligned to the eye. Oh, so this is what they mean. You see pedigree in English. You see stambaum. Okay? The tree of origin. And you begin to get it. So every language is a resource. Every language is a resource, just the way languages name things. They name things differently. And each of the different, I mean, look at the computer. Think of how different South African languages call computer, apart from the ones that say computer. All right? Some would talk about its storage capacity, its speed for processing, it's this and this. All of those give you a composite sense of what this device called computer is. So don't hate see them as resources. That just don't despise, don't neglect yours. All right? So that will be my message. It's important. It's important to love languages because embedded in each of those languages is knowledge that can serve you. In fact, in safety critical situations as well. All right? Yes, so love languages, celebrate them, but have your priorities right. So I would say to your friend in high school who says there are racists in Portugal, I'll never go to Portugal, so I won't learn Portuguese. I say, yeah, but I mean, if you watch Lista, the video produced for Stellenbosch, the lady was saying, she was distributing flyers and saying, racists don't belong here. I mean, there are racists everywhere, all right? So, know what you want to get from a language. Lots of knowledge, lots of wisdom in languages. Yeah, so I think that's what I would say.
All right, very well said, Prof. Thank you very much, colleagues. We are now gonna have to go for a late tea break, if that's fine with you. I'm sure you need to take a break, and so if you can break for 15 minutes. So it's 10 to 12 now. If we could be back here by 12:05, that would be great. Thank you, colleagues.
is early. My shuttle is...
Have you got to leave early?
My shuttle is leaving at 22:03.
When today? Are you leaving for? Thank you very much, colleagues. I hope that you enjoyed your tea. We are going to continue with we are going to continue with our program, hoping that we will not have technical glitches going forward. We are now going to get the second video clip by students to play. Again, they will be doing this in the service of promoting multilingualism, as Alexa explained earlier in the morning. Thank you.
Sanibonani. Kule video sizoxoxa ngenqubo yokufanisa iDNA. Ukuphindaphinda kweDNA kuyinqubo lapho iDNA yethu iziphindaphinda futhi iyadingeka ekukhuleni nasekukhiqizeni kwayo.
Sanibonani nonke, ngizama ukunamkelisa ku-Biomedical Science. Ngikhuluma noClive, ngizama ukuthatha kusifundiso sanamhlanje.
Ndzi losa munhu un'wana loyi a vonaka video leyi paluxaka vuvabyi bya chukele. Vuvabyi bya chukele I vuvabyi lebyi nga tshungulekiki, lebyi vangaka ntlakuko wa chukele engatini hikwalaho ka nkayivelo wa ku tumbuluxiwa ka insulin. Insulin yi na nkoka swinene hikuva yi fambisa chukele emisiheni ya ngati ku ya fika eka ti-cells leswaku munhu a kuma matimba.
Sanibonani, lo khuluma ngoNgugu Mathebula kanye na Howard Maseko. Sizofundisa kabanzi nge-COVID-19. Kusukela leli bhubhane lokuqalile ukuthukamete tinkulungwane tebantfu ngemva kokutfolakala kwemgomo i-COVID-19 linani lebantfu labafakwe lehla kakhulu. Umgomo yindlela lelula yokutivikela ukuthi ungangenwa tifo letiyingoti emtimbeni, iphindze futhi ibe yindlela yokuqinisa emasotsha emtimba yetfu.
Welkom almal by hierdie opvoedingservaring van ons. In hierdie video sal ons u begelei deur die wêreld van DNA-replikasie. Ons sal alle aspekte van hierdie onderwerp dek, insluit algemene terminologie.
Botani mawethu, kule video sizokuba nezithethi ezintathu. Igama lam ndingu-Anovuyo Fateni.
Mna ndingubukho John.
Kwaye mna ndingu-Onele Mathanzini. Kule video siza kuthetha ngokuvuvukala, kodwa ngaphambi kokuba senze oko, masichaze ukuba yintoni ukuvuvukala. Ukuvuvukala kwenzeka ngenxa yomonakalo kwithishu okanye kumsipha. Lo monakalo ukhokhelela kuluhlu lweziganeko zevascular neeselula ezenzelwe ukuba zibe nako ukucoca naluphi na uhlobo lwentsalela neentsholongwane ezibangela usuleleko zize ziqalise ukulungiswa.
Dumelang bohle. Ntlheng ya bolwetse ba COVID-19 Afrika Borwa, re tlo le ruta mokgwa wa ho sireletsa ha mmoho le batho ba le phela le bona.
Ke leboha boteng ba lona sehlopha. Ke fumane melaetsa e mengata e mpotsa hore na bafuputsi ba tseba sesosa sa bolwetse bona.
Le tla tlameha le ho fumana baithaopi ba tla nka karolo le ho araba dipotso tlhatlhobo re le mmoho le bona, ka mora hore ba saene tumelano.
Ke tshepa hore o entilwe kgahlanong le COVID-19.
Tjhe, ke ile ka elellwa hore ho nwa kapa ho hlapa ka metsi a futhumetseng kapa ho hlatswa bokahare ba nko ka metsi a letswai ho re tshireletsa kgahlanong le COVID-19 haeba re ka tshwaetswa ke coronavirus.
Diente tsa mRNA COVID-19 di ruta masole a hao a mmele ho etsa di-antibodies kgahlanong le coronavirus. Di-antibodies ke di-protein tse di hlahiswang ke masole a hao a mmele ao o a fumaneng ho lwantsha tshwaetso le ho sireletsa hona jwale kapa mohlomong nakong e tlang hore o seke wa kula.
Ho latela mokgatlo wa lefatshe wa bophelo, SARS-CoV-2 ke coronavirus e ntjha e bakang lefu lena.
Baithuti ba bangata ba sebete ba bile le matshwao a lefu lena. Ke kgothaletsa hore re ba botse dipotso mabapi le dithibelo le ditumelo tsa lesano tsa COVID-19.
Seo se utlwala ekare ke mogopolo o motle ho nna. Ke tshepa hore o entilwe kgahlanong le COVID-19.
Tjhe, ho fapana le tumelo tsa leshano tse tlwaelehileng, kokwanahloko ena e batla e le nyenyane mme ha e kgone ho hlatsweha. Mekgwa e metle ya ho thibela tshwaetso ke ho rwala semonkwana, sa matsoho, ho ema hole le batho le ho entwa.
Sewa sa COVID-19 se amme lefatshe ka ditsela tse ngata. Re ile ra etsa dipuisano tse bileng le dikarabo tse ntle, mme tsa bontsha hore baithuti ba na le tsebo e ngata ka coronavirus.
Umlando wokhubethe. Ukhubethe isifo esithathelanayo esibanga igciwane le-SARS-CoV-2. Umndeni wonke wokhubethe ubizwa ngokhubethe ngoba igama elithi khubethe lisho umqhele. Lokhu kungenxa yendlela elibukeka ngayo ngaphansi kwesibonakhulu.
Lasi nezimpawu zokhubethe okubalwa umkhuhlane, ukukhwehlela, ukukhathala kanye nokuphelelwa ngumoya, ubuhlungu bomqala, ubuhlungu besifuba, ubuhlungu bomqala kanye nesifo sofuba bese kuba ukuphelelwa ikhohlela kanye nokuthi.
Lolu bhubhane luholele ekuphekwa emndenini kusukela ngesikhathi imindeni engasakumele ukuhlangana. Imindeni iphelelwe ubhubhane.
Okay, thank you, Nomxolisi. We are once again grateful to the students who participated in We are grateful to the students who participated in the production of this video and also for allowing us to share this in this event. Thank you very much. We are going to go on to the next item, which is a keynote talk speech by our second keynote speaker. Our second keynote speaker, Ms. Tembisa Kosi, who is a PhD candidate currently at UWC, I believe. Ms. Kosi's teaching career began as a language teacher both in high and primary school for 20 years. She has vast knowledge in primary school teaching. Tembisa was a deputy principal at Zimaza Primary School in Langa and has overseen the curriculum implementation for the school teacher development programs. She specializes in language and literacy teaching in early childhood development, ECD in short. Her research interest focuses on isiXhosa literary teaching in the ECD. In addition to the lecturing, she coordinates the Center for the African Language Teaching, CALT, isiXhosa. Ms. Kosi works with the team that coordinate isiXhosa literacy material development programs, helps to organize capacity development programs for isiXhosa Foundation phase, and she is also involved with the writing of the isiXhosa units for literacy teaching and learning in the foundation phase. I am now going to give Ms. Tembisa Kosi the platform to speak to us.
Thank you so much. Dimkelo, Tembisa. I'm thinking, because I have rearranged my presentation. Because what I'm going to do, I'm going to foreground the learner during COVID and share with you what they did and how we assess them during COVID. But I do want to remind us that the eyes are on us, the people that speak indigenous languages. People are watching us because I think my voice is audible enough. Because people are watching, they expect us to deliver. And while I was watching Prof, I said to myself, don't worry, English doesn't stop to grow. Every day, every night. And that's not a sin, ne? There's nothing wrong with that. Then the question that I always ask myself, why are we not developing our own languages? Why? Why are we not moving, whether we have money or we don't have money, why can't we do it? Because up until, as Prof has just said, we stand and we push each other and we develop our language. Because that's where my identity is, my being, the person that you see, it is in that language. But when that language fades, there is no me. All of a sudden, I mimic people that are around me that speaks English so well, and I also to be one of them because my language doesn't feature. As a result, I am a teacher educator. I work with the foundation phase, pre-service teachers. I train them. And when we speak isiXhosa or when we present in isiXhosa, some of them, they will literally cry because, but everywhere they go, we speak English around them. As a result, they are not even sure if they've made the right choice of learning the language. For instance, I'm here today talking to you, again developing English, because the data that is coming, that is going to fall out of my mouth, it is in English. Then I was asking myself, why do you put me in that position? To be fair again, because not all of us speak isiXhosa. I like your question. Not all of us speak isiXhosa. It'll be nice next time when you call us, you have people translate us and allow us to dance in our own language. Because now we're talking about the corpus, we're talking about the glossaries, all these beautiful things, but we don't do them. We're still taking what we have, giving it out to the heads. And then again we say we do not have words, vocabulary to describe certain things, of which if I was speaking my own language, I will make means of making sure that I explain the terms if I can't have one word. Do you get what I mean? So, I mean, at that space where I said, okay, but the eyes are on us to develop indigenous languages. So, I've explained that. During COVID 2020 March, the field of teaching literacy have changed. They've changed, and lecturers were no longer confined in their classroom. They are no longer like leading the classroom because the field of literacy have changed. Even literacy itself has changed in the foundation phase. How do we then shepherd them where they are? How do I communicate? How do I speak? How do I share? How do I demonstrate it? Because I normally like sit down. I demonstrate and I will read to them and I will jump and I will come in and I will sing songs. How do I do that whilst I'm not seeing them? And some of them, they will say, WhatsApp, no data. WhatsApp, no connection. Some of them, they will say, may you please change the times because I need to plant the hill so that I can be connected. Then I will say, wow, things are happening. I am also not comfortable enough with the technology. I depend to our technician at UWC, and they are fantastic. Good. But what is not good, it is the buyer, the client in the township or in rural areas somewhere, they can't connect. So I can't teach. Then what do I use then? Because we have Google Meet, we have Zoom. They don't want all those. They said, WhatsApp, messages. That's it. Then I have to adapt to the changing realities of our learners. Then I began to move backwards and allow them to take the forefront and drive the lesson. And I will follow how they present, how they speak, how they want things to be done, because they are the one that are at the center of teaching and learning. Unfortunately, that's how we call it at UWC. I wanted to say learning and teaching, but I'm not familiar with that, but I support that. How do I then move forward and allow them to do that? How do I communicate the interaction that I want to have with them? Because some of them, they are not participating because at times the connection is bad, but you know, teaching is about communication. Teaching is about acting out. And what influences my teaching? It is the constructivist view and the interaction approach, cognitive as well. Now, how do I put that together and demonstrate? At times I will find myself saying, listen here, I'm standing. I think you are sleeping on the other side, and I'm standing on this side, and they will laugh because I'm trying to make them comfortable. I'm trying to invite them, and at times finding myself singing songs because they love listening to those, because they are the tools that they are going to use. But unfortunately, I cannot demonstrate anything because we are on WhatsApp and SMSs. Now, let's see. The critical elements that are needed to design an online lesson. One, the content has to change. Then, where do I start? How do I cut? What is it that I normally take off my shoes? Pardon me, please, sorry. So, I needed to design the content that is relevant to their realities. And I can't now follow the syllabus that has been constructed by the university and myself. It's not working. Now I will focus on FAR. The first additional language is Xhosa. Why? Because it is the language that some of our students at school, they struggle because they think that you cannot learn isiXhosa in grade R, in grade 1, whereas it is a subject. It must be taught. Now, I took my first additional students in. They don't speak isiXhosa. They speak Setswana, they speak isiSotho, isiVenda. They need to see me when I pronounce words. They need to hear and read my lips. Then the
question is, how are we going to do this? Number one, say to them, the context that we are going to work with, it is the home environment. That's one. Let's talk about the environment. Then they give the garden, the this, the kitchen, the dining room, all those stuffs that are happening. Then I said to them, now prepare a lesson, choose first the context. And then you prepare a lesson for comprehension. But for comprehension, you need to focus on one component. Then one of them chose the vocabulary. Then I said, Ariye, let's go. This is what they do. I will go back to the challenges, ne? Because Prof has touched on the challenges plus the opportunities, but I will go back and maybe summarize those. I want to go to, this is it. Now, I want you to listen to this, but I'm not going to play this. What's happening? Okay. Oh. I don't like technology. Thanks, Prof. I need to play this one.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Okay, do we come out of the...
Is it embedded?
Yes.
It's embedded.
But it's playing when I've tested all this, it was playing. Yes.
Do you have a file saved on here?
It's on.
Do you have a stick?
Yes, there's the stick.
Is the file?
Is it?
Mm-hmm.
The audio should play, yeah.
This is
file?
it.
This one?
Mm.
The actual
No,
video file?
It's there. I don't know if it's. Okay. It's not playing. What's happening here, this student took the learners outside, but the learners are not with her. Now, she taught them about the gardening. Out of the gardening, she chose the plant and then she took them through the stem and all everything that has to do with the plant, building vocabulary. And after that, she took the vocabulary, she designed worksheets, and then every time when she does that, she will like project what she's doing and explain to me. Because this was part of the assessment, what I do, they must then defend that. So we'll go online. As they present, I stop and I ask questions. Why do we think this method is going to work? What if there are learners that are not like understanding what you are trying to explain to them? What are you going to do? So it's more interactional, it's dialogue. Because in literacy, meaning making happens through dialogue. We need to interact. I need to ask questions. She needs to ask questions as well. So it's not like you teach and then it ends there, but we need to interact with the text and look at the conceptual progression of the terms that she chose for the lesson. Why we are doing that? It is because they are doing a B.Ed degree. I am not teaching the grade 3 learner. This is a student that needs to have that knowledge, pedagogical knowledge, so that when she goes out and teach, she knows exactly how to build the conceptual understanding of her students. That's what happens. And then I want to...
Ndizawufundisa abantwana ulwazi lwevenkile yempahla. Njebe ndibafundisa ngolwazi nje ndifuna ukhulisa isakhono sabo sokuthetha nokuphulaphula kwaye ndikhulisa nesigama sabo. Isigama ndizasikha kule ncwadi, sawusebenzisa amagama abawachole kule ncwadi. Njebe ndibafundisa njengevenkile yempahla, ndizabafundisa ngesiXhosa ngesingesi, ndizawumane nditolika.
She's going to teach them in isiXhosa and in English. Why? Because when you teach a foreign language, you do not throw away the learner's home language. You use the home language to support the learner, which means the language that you want your students to learn or to know. You start with that language, you sandwich English, and then you end with isiXhosa. That's what she's explaining. She read the text about going shopping, and then out of that text, she chose concept. I want you to look at the environment, the context that she has created for vocabulary learning for grade 2 learners whose home language is English, but they do isiXhosa as first additional language. I wish you could play.
Xa sendigqibile uthetha ngemifanekiso nabantwana, ndizabasa kule kona apho ndithathela amagama phaa kwincwadi, apho ndifuna ukuncedisa ukhulisa isigama sabo ngevenkile yempahla. Apha kule ndawo ndizawuthatha ezaa mpahla ndizibeke ndizisete up, and then ndizawusebenzisa isiNgesi nesiXhosa, kuba ngobe ndibafundisa esi sigama bendimane nditolika. Zithi clothing store yivenkile yempahla, ndithi shoes izihlangu, glasses amehlo elanga. So umntana ayiqonde bana xa esithi kandisithi yiza nomnqwazi, uyayazi uba umnqwazi yi-hat, so uzawuhamba ayothatha laa hat. Ngelo hlobo ke ngoku lo mntana uyakwazi nolandela imiyalelo kuba.
Now, teaching concept of vocabulary within a context, using tools. Literally, the learners that are learning from home, they are watching her teaching from her bedroom, naming the clothes and giving them the English and the Afrikaans names. And then after that, they are going to construct sentences using the same words. Remember, those those concepts are taken, are extracted from the text. They are not from nowhere. You read the text, you choose the words that you think they don't understand, then you bring in the tools. That's their creativity. I'm not part of that. I didn't explain that. All I do, why do you think what you are doing is going to work? Then they will tell me that it is because literacy is a social construct. And therefore, literacy happens within a context. And the context there is we go shopping. So we're going to buy things. They need to see the things that they're going to buy. If we're going to take this further, I was going to show you more of the integration now, working with money, integrating literacy and mathematics within a language class. Now let's continue. I want to finish with the slides. Prof has demonstrated this web for you, where it was, what did you do at the beginning? The warm-up.
Yeah, icebreaker.
Yes, icebreaker. The Mentimeter, how I use that web. When I see them for the first time, I use that as a tool for baseline. For instance, I will say to them, when you see or hear this word literacy, what comes to mind? Then they will write. Then I will choose maybe a graph so that I can see how do they define that concept. And it helps me to see their understanding so that when I plan, I am informed by the data that I have collected from all of them. Have you noticed that when Prof played that, he said, you are not 17, you must join in. There's more of you. You can see them as they interact, like you see them immediately, because the feedback, you can do it immediately. Let's check. This is what I chose, the word cloud. Then it will give me how many of them define it in a particular way, and then it will bold them if the number is up. Then it will be smaller if there are few. So when I plan my lesson, I will take that out, then I will say, okay, which means they define literacy as reading and writing. So we have a problem there. I need to correct that. It doesn't mean the smaller one is not important as well. That's where my intervention is going to be. So which means my lesson is informed by the data that they are giving me. So it's very important that I always bounce on that. Even when I teach them, because you can do that on WhatsApp, or on your smartphone, you don't have to open your laptop. That's nice, that's something that is nice about it. So when they do that, when I teach, I will always say, okay, now we're done. Let's go in, let's check if you understand the lesson. Then I'll be able to tell, oh, my goodness, it was a bad day, so I need to repeat the lesson. So I'm always guided by the students. I don't assume or look at the test and say because they have failed, which means they don't understand what I taught last week. No, it's not like that. Because they might fail because of my attitude at times. How I speak, how I present my lesson. Not necessarily that they don't understand. So those are the things. If I want to represent that graphically, this is, again, the data. What I like about this information, if we want to develop the indigenous languages, that's the data that we need. So that the tools, the resources that we decide to create, they are well informed by the learner students, not us. The students gave us the data, and then we develop with them the material. But we don't just wake up and say, I think, hey, they don't know how to comprehend. They can't comprehend, or they can't write. But what informs you? Nothing. You base that maybe on the data, if you collaborate with someone in China, and then maybe you share about your students, you can say, okay, let me send you the data and see their challenges, please help, and then you send that. Instead of writing a long email, you have that. And then again, writing papers out of that data, because it's the data that you get immediately. And if you want to teach them how to write again, you can work with them writing an article using that same data, because it's their data as well. I didn't translate it. I love this one. I like this one. This one, we collaborate with Forte, Rhodes, and Wusu. And then my colleague at Forte, she gave them an assignment. It's a final assignment. That's why I'm not going to play the clip, but I've got the permission. She told them to go and plan a lesson that focus on differentiation and diversity. But when they do that, they must use games to bridge the gap. So they chose indigenous games. Some of them they chose book. They play. So nice. I'll share the video when the exams are over with you. So this one chose the skipping rope. They were doing the month of the year, and they were also doing the multiplication. Amongst those that will jump in, there were about 2 learners that struggled, literal struggle. But what fascinates me about that activity, it was when COVID was at its peak. You see that they are not in uniform. Forte, rural areas. So these students, they went out. They find them for authenticity reasons. They call them, they say, we are going to play this game. Because this game is my life. They play the game. After playing the game, they created a lesson plan. After creating the lesson plan, they go to their lecturer and defend why they think that indigenous game could help learners with learning barriers. What is it? What happened? The process of the game. It is so beautiful. When I listened to that, it touched my heart. It touched my heart. Look at the picture. It's not 2 o'clock. It's not 10. It's like it's 4, 5. Do you see that? And if you look at that picture and you compare the color of that picture with Prof's pictures, you will see that this one is a little bit dull. That's what is happening to us. You could see that they struggle. You could see the abundance in Cape Town. You could see that they go out of their way and teach. And then we fail them. That's an indigenous game used for literacy development, used to help learners that have learning barriers. Now it's an integrated approach because one of them used drama. They play drama, but in that again, the focus was on literacy, grade 3. Creativity is from them. They tell us how they want us to teach them. But it's so unfortunate because we bring our beautiful slides and we play. Yeah, put it there for them. And yet they don't understand it, but when you say go and create, they come with those beautiful, authentic pictures that are not tainted, original. That's the data again. That one can compose on how we can use the technology to teach literacy, focusing or using indigenous games as a tool to enhance literacy learning in the foundation phase. When would you play, I don't know what is uputa in English. It is ukwazi. Now, when you play uputa, it's like this. The focus is not on the stones. They use stones. Ne? The focus is on this stone. Ne? But when you take out one, and then the next round you have to take out two, maybe out of 20 stones. Now for grade 1 or grade up to grade 9, what the development, the benefit, it is eye-hand coordination. Tell me, and be sincere, why in grade arts you always want blocks? Grade R, all of us want blocks. No one will say, I'm going to bring stones. That corner, it's going to be an indigenous corner. All the indigenous games, they will be in that corner for grade R's. But we all think about the blocks. The blocks. Why the blocks? Because not all of them are familiar with the blocks. As a result, the report will say they can't hold the blocks. They will not be able to hold the blocks. They used to hold the stone. The reality is literacy is a social practice. It happens within a context. That's where language is developed. It is not something that you bring and say, I'm going to develop their literacy with these blocks. But you make sure that the environment, we bring everything in. I am also a country. But when I saw that, I was moved. And I saw that the injustice that I do to my students. Because some of them, they will say, I'll go to the hill so that I can connect. But when I speak to them, I will talk about the blocks. Fantasy corner, all those beautiful things. We have our fantasy corner, where you bring cows in grade arts. You bring the emer, I know in Afrikaans. You bring those things, then they use them. So my question is, do you think in your wildest dream that the indigenous languages will survive? My answer is yes. Mine. We have it, but what we do not have are the people that are prepared to die for the language. All of us, we want to be friends. All of us, we say we can't, it cannot happen, we cannot teach in our home language. Let me tell you, it is not long time ago when Afrikaans is used as a home language. They did it successfully so. Not because of anyone else, because they collaborated together. They work on their language. Now the language is successful. And we cannot always point fingers to other people and say, we don't have money. Why are these things all about money? Why don't we do and show those who have money that this is what we've created? Don't you think that they will not invest? All we do, let me not say it. Yes. Now I think using the indigenous method in our teaching and learning will help some of our students. Whether be it science, physics, because there is science in rural areas, but they know it in their own language. Ask them, let's ask them, they will tell us, and then we develop all that word bank so that we can help them succeed. Otherwise, they will not love all these languages that we're talking about. It's killing them. Secondly, when we work remotely, the instructional approaches, they change totally. You cease to become the center of sharing information. You allow them to share, you guide them, you nurture, you support. And which means that we need, one of the things that I've noticed is that you need to be realistic, bring the reality, the context that is real to the online. You cannot speak about something that they cannot see because now they are not with me, they are working from home. So which means if, for instance, when I share about the games that the grade R's love to do, I will go to the online, I will open and I will say, look at me, and then I will dance. I will dance umlando. Then I will say, why do you teach them sitting down, whereas some of them, they are dancers? Create a corner for those that learn through music. So which means the environment that you create for the foundation phase, it has to be diverse, it has to speak to their realities. We cannot run away. For instance, I'm not a fan of TikTok, but I found myself there. Now I'm watching the 4-year-olds dancing like nobody's business, speaking, and then I ask myself, how do we then accommodate their realities, especially with the fact that they learn remotely? What are we doing with that? Because if we do not occupy that space, the devil himself will occupy the space. Then next to no time we'll lose them. Literacy is not an event. Now, the excuses that Prof has discussed is so well that we normally say, no, we have limited digital text. If we have limited digital text, what's that was there from Forte? Is that not a text? It is a text. Is that not a digital text? It is, because if I play that, you will hear them screaming, clapping hands, being excited about the game. We do have text. But I think one of the things that I was also affected by is fear of making mistakes. Like where you project, you're not sure, and then all your slides, they go upside down, you don't know where to press, then you end up moving backwards. But the support, I don't want to lie again, that we get from UWC, it's amazing. They will say, log in, I'm here with you. Now press that, allow them to come in. They will take you by hand until you stand on your own. So we need to do that. So which means, if Prof has mentioned the morphological data and the annotation, those are the things that we can do to develop our own language, corpus. But we cannot develop that from a vacuum. Literacy is context-based. We need to have text. Talking about text, because I'm not going to repeat what Prof has just explained to us. Talking about text, at UWC, we have CALT, the Center of African Languages. So what we have done so far, we wrote about 6 units that focuses on the teaching of reading in the foundation phase, grade R to 3. Those texts, they are written in isiXhosa, pure isiXhosa. We did not translate. Why? Because we want PenSAP to see our mistakes and PenSAP to correct us so that we can contribute to language development. That's why. Who wrote the units? The lecturers that are new in the academic space like myself, we wrote the unit. The aim is to empower us on writing. So the units, all of them, 6 of them are ready. Now, what did we do with the units? Before we submitted the units to the DHET, we called the curriculum advisors. HOD from school, we took some of our learners, we went away, and then they review the content page. We hear their input, and then we went back, and then we corrected that. Then what's going to happen next? We are going to take that to the expert to raise that again. The aim it is, if all goes well, to have the first book ever in UWC for teacher training. Those units. We will make a book out of that. That's what we do. Now, maybe you're asking, what about us? I work with CPUT students. What we did, we invited the CPUT students online and their lecturers, the foundation phase, and Stellenbosch, Rhodes, Forte, NMMU, and what we did, because we are also, Prof, trying to develop glossary, and also we want to be informed as to what is it that bothers them, what do they want from us. And then we have an online discussion. They were talking about their experiences from COVID till date. I think we started about 5, we ended about 8 because they didn't want to go. So those are the things that CULT is doing. But CULT is still developing. And as you have said, Prof, we do not have money to pay people. I coordinated that out of my love and passion for the project. I am employed by the UWC, not by the project. So whoever feels that I've got this material, I've got this, I want you to use this, you may bring it to me. When our website is open, I will put that in that website, and again, you will have readership. We will use your material. Please, if you can, write in this course. If it's in English or Afrikaans, find someone to translate it, and then you submit that. Because we want to avoid the translation. We want to use material that are already translated. So that's what we are doing. From me to you, let us make it our mission to develop our language. Let us make it our business to speak our language. Let us make it our business to stand proud and say, Niumxhosa, and speak isiXhosa. I admire Abizo. They speak their language. They don't care where they are. They speak their language and they take pride in who they are. We need to copy what is right. In conclusion, I'm not against translation. What I want to explain is this. I do not encourage people to translate, because you translate a text that is written within another context, which is not our context. But if you are going to consider that, you may do that. Because translation, every time when I look at translation, this comes to mind. In 1954, when apartheid was introduced, there were no material for isiXhosa readers. What happens? People were selected that are non-indigenous speakers to select text for us and translate, which means, again, another context, views were perpetuated through translation. So when we get into that space, I urge you, all of us, we should open our eyes or change it and insert our own context. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kosi, for giving us access to your fountain of knowledge. Your presentation really brings a very, very important but different perspective to the conviction that I personally have about the certainty, absolute certainty that African languages can become languages of teaching and learning, which is also the point that Prof has made. I think really in the future, a lot of resources will have to be invested in changing the mindsets. At the moment, a lot of resources go into development, that's great, but I think there is no point in us, creating all this knowledge and there's no buy-in because people do not believe in them. And the point you made, Prof, somebody wanted to know about the role of students, and that is where we actually have to start. So in the future, a lot of resources will have to go into that, I think. So thank you very much once again, Ms. Kosi. Any questions or comments for her? I think this was a great presentation as well. Any questions, any comments? Yes, sir.
Thank you so much for that passionate presentation, ma'am. I also had a brief stint in education, and I can sense the passion that you have for teaching. I just wanted to ask, when we look at what technology is now presenting to us in terms of how we can use it in education, the two areas, I would not want to say gray areas, but how do we gauge maximum class participation on that platform?
Okay.
And then the second one is the danger of leaving the gifted learners or the slow learners behind.
Okay.
How do we use technology in that regard? But once again, a wonderful presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much. The participation, what I normally do, the iKamva platform that I mostly use takes the register. Every time when you come in, it will give me the register, then I will have the names. Because I'm a teacher by profession, I call them by names, I know them one by one. That's what I do. And secondly, what I do, I will give them an activity for tutorial. And that activity, they will have to send it through WhatsApp. Then I will give them time. Then I will know. And what they normally do, they will say to me, ma'am, I was not in your class, so I can't do the activity. Then I know that that one was not in class, or she was not listening, because I could see that she was on the list. That's one. And the second question was? Or the gifted learners. Because their activities, they don't always, I've left this, they don't always work in groups. They also work individually. For instance, if you look at my presentation, the 21st century skills are always integrated in our teaching, all of us in this room, whether we plan it or not, but they are always there. So which means that the gifted learners, you will hear them when they present, when they write, when they ask questions. As a result, the question paper, as a teacher, you will know that you follow the Bloom's taxonomy and make sure that this question, it will be those that are there, but not with like the percentage. You must be careful so that you don't deprive those that are struggling and are also working hard to get there.
Thank you very much. Next question.
It's not a question. It's a comment. Wonderful presentation, by the way. It's very powerful. And as a student, I would like to agree with you on a lot of things. But what really caught my attention was the part where, as a teacher, you have to actually communicate with your student and get what's the problem, and you as a teacher, you attack the problem. And also not just feeding us with slides and you trying to get a method for us to get the information to stick in our minds, things like upuka and skipping rope. If I was doing that, and in APD, I was doing skipping rope, they're asking me questions about biology. I don't think when they come in exam, I'm gonna forget that. I obviously want, and I feel like as lectures, fine, we want to upuka and skipping rope university. Obviously, we are grown-ups. But there are things like Quizlet, which really helps. They really help because it's when we're in a class, we compete.
Yes.
One is a lion, one is an oxen, and then they ask questions. On the screen it shows who's number one, who's number two. those questions really do stick to mind because we are playful about them.
Yes.
So I don't know, as a language unit, I feel like you guys should try and push this, especially in CPUT, not just one learning method. It's a lot of information, especially for our course. So if, as a language unit, you try to push this so that our course or our learning environment is very much playful, we are going to do well. We're really going to do well.
Okay.
Thank you for
Can
that
I say something
comment.
like that,
Okay.
just to balance it? Thank you so much. I think again to balance that, because I work with pre-service teachers from grade 1 to grade 3. Those students, they learn more through play. So it becomes different. It depends as to what you are doing and in what level. And it doesn't mean that I do not give them slides, but today's focus was on that, but they do quiz and other stuff. So yes, yeah. I don't want to think that you must play all the time. It's not like that. There are moments where they write tests, group discussion and all that stuff. Yes.
All right, thanks for that response. One hand was up. I'll come to you for you. Sure.
Thank you, Nkosi Mamokosi. Le yi language indaba. Ndiyacinga into yoba xa kuthiwa ilanguage indaba noko umntu wamkelekile into yoba athethe ngolwimi lakhe afuna uthetha ngalo, uyayitranslate okanye uyainterpret. Okokuqala ndicela uphakamisa umba obukhe wawuphakamisa malunga no-Pan South African Language Board.
Yes.
I think u-Pan South African Language Board ubaluleke kakhulu kule project lo uthetha ngayo ngoba sinebhodi yolwimi zezilwimi zonke zalapha eMzantsi Afrika apho siye senze i-verification ne-authentication ye-terminology and also sibe nazo ne-subcommittees ngokwe-structures apho ziye ke ngoku zijongane noncediswano especially kwinto edibene ne-language and education.
Okay.
And then okwesithathu ndinento bendizayicela into yoba you need also to share this project also to other stakeholders.
Okay.
Once it's published or once the website is ready.
Okay.
So that you can check ukuthi which stakeholders are interested to invest on the project.
Okay.
Because I know Professor Williams, he has done also another project, a very interesting project from UWC about AfriCaps.
Okay.
So he's consulting other stakeholders for support in terms of funding.
Okay.
And then lastly, there's you also highlighted something about the TikTok.
Yes.
Every time when I'm looking at the TikTok, we always laugh about the things that are not benefiting us as a society. So we don't laugh about the things that are going to benefit the society. So I think that's another platform that maybe we can use in order to promote these African languages, especially in the field of language and education. Thank you very much.
Do you want to
Yes,
add to
I
that?
hear you. I hear you. I think the reason for now, the CULT project is a project, and then it will be launched next year. So which means everything that we do belongs to the DHET, but it doesn't mean that I will not share with everyone who's here. I will share. And I think I will also benefit from you. We will, in fact, benefit from you. And as you have just said, I work with 2 young lecturers that are employed by DHET, so that people that are going to take isiXhosa forward. So the DHET has sponsored about 16 young lecturers to learn isiXhosa, to do research on isiXhosa. So I was expecting them to come here so that you can see them. Otherwise, I don't normally, Prof knows, I don't normally do this because I'm mentoring them. They will stand and share with you because that's how we grow, all of us. So thank you so much. I will come to Pensar.
For me, it's just a comment. I think the skipping rope, it comes a long way because it's not about Africans only. I remember I was watching a movie about the pronunciation where the lecturer taught the small one that you must say these words when you're doing your skipping rope, and then that child end up winning the competition.
Yes.
Secondly, also, if we use object for the children to memorize things, they learn it better. For instance, I have a 5-year-old boy. So every time when I'm talking to him face to face, he will become stuck. Then I told him, Wonga, you must go and play and then tell me what has happened. And then we won't be looking at each other's eyes, but he will narrate everything when he's involved with his toys.
Okay.
So I think this thing of using object, it can goes a long way. Yes. For instance, one last comment. When I also taught international student at University of Stellenbosch, they were bringing object to students who have never used Xhosa for the first time. But every time when you bring the object, they will tell you.
Yes.
But when they don't see the object, they will try to forget.
Yes.
Thank you.
Is there any other question, comment, Dr. Teacher?
Thank you so much for a great presentation. I think Vuyo has already covered my first point in referring us to that movie, but I'll just mention the name. It is called Aquila and the Bee. And I really recommend we all watch it and see how this young lady using playfulness around a skipping rope goes from being dysfunctional in various ways to winning a competition in America. But I also thought this was a very interesting way of decolonizing education, what you did, because when we talk of decolonizing education, we think it's something quite complex and far-fetched, but just those strategies that you introduce us to are really significant ways of decolonizing education from that level right through. But sitting here, I was also thinking how we could get students who are here primarily to study sciences, engineering, and other fields to have the same kind of vested interest as those that you and Prof. Antia teach, whose primary endeavor is language. How do we really translate that to our own space of students studying science, studying engineering, and studying other fields, and not primarily languages and literacy? Perhaps literacy is a component of everything, but languages and linguistics.
Okay. I think collaboration, Prafna, collaboration will help because we need to work together because we're neighbors. We need to tap on each other's skills because there's no need for me to stress about, I'm not good with numbers. My kids know I use my fingers. So if you're good with mathematics, come and help me with integration because I always lean more integrating life skills, science, history, not on mathematics because that's not my strength. So we can collaborate and do something together.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation. You took me down memory lane when we played. Our stones only went up to 5. I don't know why. When you said 20, I thought, oh my goodness, we'd never be able to pick up 20 stones. But I think what it also did for me was show that we can also, through bringing in, games and contextualizing to our home environment and everyday experiences, we can also see and share the commonalities between cultures.
Yes.
The big thing for universities is student success and developing that sense of belonging and connectedness. And I mean, we all were connected to the images that you shown because it resonates with us, things that we did as children, and it was quite nostalgic, and you felt warm and fuzzy inside seeing that. And that's a nice feeling to have, and so much more so, I think, if we think of ways, practical ways, where we can democratize the classroom environment is to, you know, take off our straight jackets and, like you said, dance and be playful and have fun. And I think we've forgotten how to do that. So thank you very much. I really thoroughly enjoyed that.
You have, thanks.
Hello. So I remember when you were talking about like not translating what we were saying, like I speak English, but I understand isiXhosa, isiZulu, ne?
Yes.
So sometimes when I'm talking to my family members or some friends, ne, and then I ask like, what does this Xhosa or Zulu word mean? I would like them to explain in isiXhosa or isiZulu, because then it also helps me develop my vocabulary and understanding in the language. So that's also like good.
Yes, that's correct. Can someone explain it? I didn't say like that. I'm talking about the text, ne? Where we can, we write isiXhosa text or isiTswana text or isiZulu or Afrikaans text. But where we cannot, we do that diligently and look at the text that we choose that we are going to translate and look at what is it that is between the text that is not like said, but it is there. Because we perpetuate certain values. So when we choose text, we must be aware. Not necessarily when I translate in isiTswana or in Sesotho for you, it's wrong. No, even translation itself, it is not wrong. But when we choose, that's where the problem is. We need to know. Thanks.
Yeah, I'm gonna take the last question now, colleagues.
Thank you. It's one comment and a compliment. I'm always inspired by your presentations, such that I wish you could have different audiences, decision makers and policy makers. Once you present, you do have that thing of changing the mindset again.
Thank you.
Secondly, Dr. Tichne mentioned something on how can we inspire engineers or the other departments to have the same the same energy and courage on language. But I think it goes back to how we set up a curriculum. Because if you say that you ask your students to design a lesson looking at economy or business when they take kids to shopping, that means that it's a certain domain which would be either accounting or economy or business studies, but you bring it into a language because you are serving a certain objective. I think it could be the same with engineering, where you'll bring engineers to dissect a car and engine, but using their own mother tongue. Then in that way you're bringing in the language aspect, but also the skill and the expertise. So I think if we can change, not to change, but complement what we have, but direct it to certain domains which already exist within our institutions. Then we'll have that balance, English, Afrikaans, isiXhosa, isiZulu, but the same content. So it will be a competent environment and conducive for each and every mother tongue speaker. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot. I'm gonna just make this one comment before we go on to the next next item. Your question about African languages, will they survive? Yes, they will.
Thank you.
Yes, they will. Africans as people have been through a lot and they have survived. A long time ago, when I was a literature student, I read a novel by Chinua Achebe called No Longer at Ease.
Yes.
Where it addresses a lot of things, post-colonial Africa. But I remember there one old man standing, talking to an audience and, telling them about a proverb, about, a lizard and that went to play in the rain with the house rat. They went to play in the rain, and so because of their different skin textures, when they came back, the house rat died, but the lizard, survived because of the kind. So I think of Africans as like that, in that sense, and also African languages. And I mean, you have said enough really today to convince anybody who's not convinced that African languages will survive, and we can make them academic languages.
Thank you.
Thanks. You can leave it. Is it yours?
Yeah. Okay.
Right, thanks. Alexa, can you help us with the next video, please? Sorry, colleagues, we have run out of time, but I'm sure we can stay for a few more minutes. Yes. So what's going to happen next is the video clip by students again in the service of the promoting multilingualism that Alexa explained at the beginning of this event.
This is your computer. It's mine. Could you come and log in, please?
Oh no, I don't have a password.
Just enter. Okay. Oh, thank you. Colleagues, while we wait, this is also just an attendance register. If you can please check that you have signed next to your name, please pass it along. Today I'm with second year biomedical from CPUT, and they just a wonderful multilingual project, and I'm here to find out a little bit more about what they think, what their experiences were. What exactly did you do?
Hi, Alexa. So we had to make an educational video. So the module is immunology. So we basically had to choose any topic from the textbook and explain it in your home language in a group of 4 to 5 or whatever language you'd have, or whatever number you would have, but just in your home languages other than English.
So a language other than English. Thanks, Katlego. The thing I wonder about when someone says home language, the immediate response is a person only has one home language. Is that something that you find to be true?
No, it's not only your mother's tongue. I think even the language that you grew up to, the environment that you grew up in also affects your home language. As for myself, I grew up in an environment where they speak Sotho and my mother's tongue is Tsonga.
Tsonga?
Yes.
And Sotho. And what language did you do the video in?
I did Sotho because that's the language I'm more fluent in.
Thank you, Kensani. What do you think, Rafilwe?
I'm thinking, yes, the environment also affects language because my mother is Venda, my father is Shona, but I'm speaking Sepedi because they chose to have a home in a Pedi-speaking area. So yeah, it's like that.
And I'm wondering, Rafilwe, do you ever feel like those languages are competing inside you?
No, I don't feel like, because Kahai, we normally speak the language that's around, like the language that's influenced by the surrounding. So my dad does not speak his language, my mom does not speak her language. We all speak the language that's surrounding us, yes.
And have you learned a bit of your mom and dad's languages?
Yes, I can hear a little bit of Venda and Shona here and there, yeah.
We spoke earlier, Boka, and you told me something very interesting that I completely agree with. People in Gauteng. Tell me about the people in Gauteng who come from Gauteng.
So I was saying that people from Gauteng are more privileged than other people because in Gauteng they speak all the languages and people are forced to speak Sotho, Venda, Tswana. Whereas where I come from, Eastern Cape, we only speak Xhosa. Like Xhosa. If uzofika Eastern Cape, uthethe isiSotho, sizodlanga ngalato ba hayibo. Uthina lona.
And being with all these different languages in class, have you picked up anything?
Yeah, I'm learning Sotho. I'm so obsessed with Sotho and Zulu.
So there might be a Sotho gentleman on the horizon?
No, I don't have one.
Friend.
Pindukutle, you tell me a bit about your experiences with language and what you recently did.
Okay, so I speak English, but at home, my dad is Zulu and my mom is Xhosa. But they usually speak Isulu at home. But I can only hear Isulu and a tiny bit of Xhosa. But speaking, that's a problem. So in my group, I did it in Isulu, which was a bit difficult. But it was also fun because I actually like learning languages. I was telling Alexa that I want to learn like every language because I want to travel also. And I told her that I was learning the Russian alphabet a few days ago. Like languages are just beautiful.
You are beautiful. I think that's a serious commitment, wanting to learn the Russian alphabet. That shows that you really do like languages. Tobelani, tell me about the video that you produced in Dr. Graham's class. What language was it done in, and how did you feel like experiencing what you put out first and having it kind of language corrected by an Xhosa expert?
What I can say, for me, it was easy for me to do my video because it was in Zulu. And like I speak a pure Zulu. And like the other thing is,
there are other words that are not in Zulu, like when you translate from science. They, like this word, I didn't know this word in Zulu, but you end up searching in Google, what is this, and then you get the word like, but it sounds like it's not the word like I expected to be. Yeah. But for me, like, it was a experience for me to do that video because I had to go to YouTube and learn how to do videos because I'm not used to those to video thing. But
So you learned new skills, basically.
I learned new skill actually.
Because we also, so our topic was COVID-19, which is
Yes.
very popular. So it was weird for me because there were new words that I was learning. Because, for example, I didn't know what a mask was in Sotho. I'm like,
And what is a mask in Sotho?
Simonkwana.
Simonkwana.
That's so funny.
And it sounds fun.
Sounds funny.
What is it in Xhosa? It's fonyo.
Yeah.
Yeah, experience Sitibango.
Sitibango.
Something that covers your nose. Or is no.
Yeah, so like it was learning because I remember I was talking to my mom. I'm like, guess I must kick in Kasho. I'm like, Simonkwana. She's like, oh. Yeah, so we really did learn.
Standard because we had to make it more standard so that when it goes to the language, then we don't get too much corrections. Yeah, so it's hard to speak standard speed, even if you grew up speaking.
Yeah.
The deeper one, the one we did in high school, it's hard. You can't have
You
a full
can't.
conversation in that one. But there's things, there's random one. Even in English, there's like normal English, like not normal English, slang English. That one we use, that one we use, and that deep English.
Yeah. Bombastic.
Yeah, I want to go. We don't want to go. We wanna go.
You wanna go.
We wanna go these days. We're not going to.
That's also what I do. So like when learning languages, what you taught, it's not what's used every day. That's what I've been told multiple times. So then it gets difficult then because I was told maybe if you say a certain word, like you get laughed at because nobody uses those words.
But here's the thing, though. We are challenged with the different varieties of saying the same thing. But each variety is as legitimate. The way that you speak on the street is as legitimate as the way that you speak in the immunology class, right? And I think definitely something that I want to create awareness around among students at CPUT is that all varieties of languages, all languages deserve their place in class, and we can make meaning with whatever we have. But I want to hear from you, Anwani, as a Chivenda speaker. You didn't do your video in Chivenda.
I didn't. Butada hotobori ndimne ndothi mthone akuhamba Chivenda kha class yanga. So chipinga chotoma as student atingova nacho. I feel like if I decided to do it on my own, it would have taken longer. So I was just like, let me join a Tswana group. But I'm a purely Venda speaking person. I can speak it perfectly. I can write it. So everything is cool. With Tswana, I thought I knew it like really well. But when we delved into it, I noticed that I don't know it as much as I think I do. But it was a good experience. Like, it was exciting.
And the question I asked you off camera that I'm going to ask you in front of the world who's hopefully watching, do you think you would want to do more videos like this in other languages besides English? And what was your response?
I said yes.
But not now.
No, you asked me if I would like to do something in Venda. Like, certainly, I love my language. Chingana china ndabona ndingachiita or ndicontribute ka or chivenda chienta ndingachiita certainly. But not now. We're quite a bit busy with school. We're
Because
writing.
it's exam time.
Yeah.
Yes, I do.
So,
I respect it.
certainly, you can call me that. I'll be here.
Thank you so much, guys. Do you have any questions for me or regarding the CPUT position on multilingualism? Yes, Katlego.
Who was translating the thing?
Who was translating? So I did the Afrikaans. My colleague Nomkolisi did isiXhosa, but we had to find other language experts outside CPUT who were fluent in Setswana and Sesotho and well, we didn't do Tsonga and Siswati. So those are people I do not know personally. But yeah, what are your thoughts about that? Was it too intense?
Yeah, I feel like it was too intense, and a part of me felt like, okay, not to disrespect you or anything, but it felt like someone like you that doesn't know Sotho might
was
have
doing it.
Yeah, because if you were to give me something in Afrikaans, I'd probably just go to Google and translate it and then just put the first word that pops up. Oh, and some things didn't make sense because maybe in English I want to, and then in Afrikaans, Ekvo, you know. So I feel like maybe if I was to say I want to in Afrikaans, direct translation.
So it
felt a bit direct.
Inauthentic.
Yeah.
Like this is not how real
They even
speakers
changed
would
her
do.
name.
Yeah, I also feel like the person who was translating our Sotho was overdoing it because he or she even translated my name. Yes.
So there's this thing where in Tswana, it's so for refilo it's REFILWE. There's also REFILOE.
So the person took my W, turned it into an E because we are doing
the Sotho is
in Tswana.
so hence I thought maybe they literally took everything Google Translate.
Now, what I'm learning from this is that in future, it is very important to continue having students' perspectives, like real-life perspectives when we do translations. We do adopt that when we do multilingual glossaries. But I think for documents which are longer ones, the kinds of documents that we did with your project, we also need to incorporate your views and your contributions in the translation. So that's definitely something that I'm going to, for next year's project, get you involved with. Thank you so much. Kia leboha.
Thank you to Alexa and the students. They are so cute. They really are. And once again, thank you, students, for participating in something like this and allowing us to share it. We are going to the next item, which is the second last, which is not on the program, and that is the time for me to extend my hand of gratitude to the keynote speakers in terms of a gift. I don't know if they expected that to happen to them today, but but yeah, so I'm going to start with you, Prof. If you could come to the front so I can hand over the gift to you.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate this.
Okay.
Wow.
We are grateful to you, Prof. And then is the second speaker's opportunity to come and get a gift.
Thanks so much. Oh, I love it. It's beautiful. Thank you.
Right, so colleagues, we are at the point where we have to thank everybody officially, and that role is going to be played by my colleague, Dr. Ian Johnson, who is our faculty language coordinator in the business and management faculty. Over to you, Ian.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, for the wonderful time we have spent here together today, which has been so enriching and enjoyable, it is our duty to express our gratitude and to say thanks to all the people who have made this event possible. On behalf of the CPUT Language Working Group and the Fundani Language Unit, I extend our sincere vote of thanks to all the delegates present here today and to those attending virtually for blessing us with your presence and for taking time out of your busy schedules. I must mention our appreciation to our keynote speaker, Professor Basi Antia, for his thought-provoking talk and for inspiring us here today. I especially liked Prof. Antia's talk when he mentioned that it is important for us to build capacity to use African languages, especially in education, and for highlighting the benefits of using African languages. There's a payoff that he spoke about, and that's important to highlight that. And thank you also to Mrs. Tembisa Kosi for your interesting talk on developing multilingualism, especially in the classroom environment with students, and your passion that you showed for education. Thank you to Dr. Kabelo Sebolai for keeping the session alive and engaging. Thank you very much to Alexa, there's Alexa, for sharing a very interesting video with us on how you develop multilingualism in your classrooms. As no program can be successful with a single person, I would like to extend our sincere thanks to staff at Fundani for their support, and to Dr. Zina Cubido and her team for their efforts in making this event possible. I would also like to thank our team at MCD for the audio-visual support. And a special thank you to those involved in arranging the venue and the catering. And also, just before I conclude, lastly, I'd like to thank you, the audience, of course, for your support and your most enthusiastic participation in this event today. We've had a lively and enriching discussion. And there were some very interesting questions that were posed and some very interesting comments as well. So thank you so much for that. And then you're all welcome to grab a bottle of water at the bottom as you exit at Sinazo's table. I've been asked to mention that. And then lastly, with these warm words and kind message, we move to the end of today's Language INDABA, and I thank you so much for being here and for sharing this day with us. Thank you.
Okay, colleagues, we are at the end of our INDABA, and I think it was a very engaging one. I am now going to close it officially, just as I opened it officially in the morning. So we are now going to go for lunch. Do we know where it is? Probably downstairs. So let's have our lunch before we actually leave, but thank you once again.